السلام عليكم جميعا وصباح الخير جميعا، واهلا وسهلا بكم جميعا في اولى جلسات السكسس ستيج في مؤتمر مبادرة القدرات البشرية. جلستنا اليوم خاصة ومميزة جدا. احنا معنا جزء من 105 موهوب 105 ميدالية عالمية حققها ابنائنا الموهوبين في عام 2023. حياك الله فيصل، حياك الله هنادي.
الله يبيك.
فيصل الحاصل على المركز الأول في مجال الكيمياء في آيسف، وهنادي الحاصل على المركز الأول في مجال العلوم الاجتماعية والسلوكية في آيسف. يمكن ودي أدخل على السؤال الأول على طول، ويمكن هذا السؤال يدور في أذهاننا جميعاً. وش المحفزات اللي دفعتكم للمشاركة في المسابقات الدولية؟ وش أبرز الدروس المستفادة من هذه المسابقة؟
بداية شكرا.
In the beginning, thank you for your hosting, and I'm very happy to engage in this conference, which prepares leaders for the future in God's will. When it comes to the challenges you asked about, any road has its own obstacles. And the Arabic saying says patience is needed to reach success. Challenges are made to motivate me. Since the 6th grade, I started engaging in competitions. The first one in Korea. 2 years before that, I was nominated and heading to the airport in Kaist in South Korea. I was prepared at the time to King Fahd Airport, excited and representing my country with my school. When I went through the customs, my passport had expiry date before 3 months, and I couldn't travel. I was 10 years old at the time. I accepted reality at the time, and I had to go back to my country. 2 hours from home to the airport. I was crying all the whole time. The next year, I was engaged in the same competition. I achieved the silver medal. Between the middle school, I didn't do anything. I was in hibernation mode. I went to the United States with my family. In the second intermediate grade, I didn't have the opportunity to work on myself. Within the pandemic, I was playing PlayStation the whole time and classes online. The thing is, the epiphany came in. I should do something about my situation. I achieved things before. I have the capabilities. I should do something about it. I was engaged in the science creativity conference. After that, from the end of my intermediate school to high school, I engaged in that competition, and I won every single one of them. And the 4th place in intermediate school, and the 1st and 2nd and 3rd year of in ISIF, I achieved the 1st place. This is my journey in a short nutshell. For me, my trip and journey started at the first intermediate school year. I heard about it on the radio of the Olympiad. So taking students internationally to represent the kingdom, that's fired my excitement, and I started to browse Mohiba website. And I saw ISIF too. I was talking to myself. I wish to be the girl in the picture. I didn't know the needed qualifications at that time to achieve what I wanted. I kept it in my mind till 2022. I started focusing. Yeah, Hanadi, you must. This is your last chance to engage in such a competition. And I started in Mohiba summer camp for a month. I went from Mecca to Jeddah to go to the laboratory and the university at the time. The road was not easy, paved with roses. I faced many challenges. So I worked on research for the first time. A picture and Mohiba website fired my excitement, and thank God everything went to success. True, I was late for a minute, but thank God and blessings. In every phase, I learned something new. I started honing my skills, and thank God I made it in the fourth place in social science and behavior internationally. Started with a passport and a picture, and today you're representing us internationally. What's the challenges that you faced in your project and how you overcame it? The challenges are meant to be on our road, and if there is no obstacles, everybody would be in the top. Those problems must come in a human being path. Only stones do not stop you from achieving your goal. One of the biggest challenges that I had, the last project, I was working on it in King Fahd University in Dhahran. From my home to the university, 2 hours and 15 minutes. So I was tired of the commute. I've decided to stay in Dhahran for 7 months. Weeks went without seeing my family except for the weekend. This is one of the biggest obstacles that I faced. Also, since I'm a high school student, and I had to do my homeworks related to the school projects, tests, midterms, and I had to do those beside my project. Those things were not easy. Someone else will be under stress and might think about not starting the journey itself, and the opposite. I saw it as an opportunity to engage and give the best of me in it. One of the other challenges is my work as a high schooler in King Fahd University for petroleum. They were looking at me, you're a high schooler, what gonna benefit you to take this course or this material? If there is a professor wanted to help me, so every professor who wanted to help me, they wanted their name to be published with my research. You have to be firm and clear with your request. If I want to help from you, I'm not going to publish your name with my research. If we want to be with me, I cannot help you with that. For me, when the moment I started to achieve what I wanted to achieve, obstacles came in the road. If you believed in that life, there is nothing easy in it, and every road for success has its own obstacles. Human beings are made and miserable, but we are here to build this universe. I believed inside of me. I believed the road was and will be full of obstacles. I believed in myself. I had the chance to write scientific research in 3 weeks, and my expertise were 10% in scientific research. Was kind of impossible. I worked on the idea, the creativity, so I can be able to compete on a national level and international level, do experiments, do the commutes. Add to that, one of the most obstacles also, English language was an obstacle for me. Step by step, thinking, solving problems, every step in the way was starting to get easier, but I understand in the beginning I saw it as a difficult situation. A person who motivated me the most in an unexpected way. This person, he came to evaluate our research, and this is my first evaluation. But this person actually did his critique in a way made me feel that I cannot compete internationally, and I know my expertise in that area less than the others. I was put down in the beginning. I have to work on a new idea, or 2 weeks left, but I started focusing and realizing the things were negative about my research, and he gave me that evaluation, and I understand those were issues with my research. I started working on the other side, another idea from another perspective. Someone would look at it to be a very innovative research or something like that. I realized it's very difficult to achieve that within my duty. I started on working on my audience representation to convince the audience that I'm winning rather than focusing on the gaps. I was successfully passing that and made me who I am today. And that reminds me of Ghazak Qusaybi. Options are not endless, and you are not limited by one chance or one opportunity. And life is full of wide horizon, looking at things with my own perspective, actually. And my research, absolutely, I was social and behavior related, but it was and it was talking about developing pills that chewable, and it was the closest thing to my personality. Honestly, I liked bakery and designing, and it was very similar to things I like. Since I was feeling I'm related to it, I didn't feel tired or bored working on such a thing. If you wanted to choose something in the future, try to relate to it. Be something that you like. Let it be something that you like. Challenges are a lot, and opportunities are a lot.
ودنا نعرف هل في تعاون بين المؤسسات ومنظمات كبرى.
A question for you: is there a cooperation between big establishments for students who have talents? In the beginning, research, scientific research, and Kingdom became something that the Kingdom invests in, and the Agency of Innovation does and stand as an evidence of the curiosity of Kingdom in research and supporting their youth and scientific science members in the society. That's in the Kingdom, and we are touching it on a daily basis. And when we see the keen attention from His Royal Highness, we understand this support is unlimited for innovation concept, and the list does not end here. Mawhiba is a competitor for high schoolers who are talented. Mawhiba actually it gives the idea of innovation and research to be a generalized idea, an inclusive one. And when universities start receiving high schoolers, they take the students seriously, and they understand they achieved a lot before showing up to the university as scholars. Mawhiba actually paved the road for us, and they were committed to our mission and to our road of innovation and scientific research. It is the first and supporter to our goals, and it does collaborate in other initiatives such as Mashura and Town and Sciences. All these initiatives trying to pave the road for the students in this field. They are voluntarily non-profit organization takes the winner students to mentor those who are trying to win competitions. One more point I would like to mention, making to this point, the win that I have right now is not for me. It is a quote of others. This carnation for me, it's a call for everyone else to start doing what I'm doing, and they can make it. Made it in the 27th in the morning and the afternoon. Went to Mohiba in another gallery called Mishtaq. They have a preparing workshop to the students who will go and compete. I gave them what I can from guides and stuff like that. This is my duty, this is my mission, and this is how I serve my country. As Faisal mentioned, Mohiba is the first supporter, and King Abdulaziz and his men for talent and creativity. They discover students and those hidden gems and make them able to reach their goals. It's not an establishment. It's a second home for us who took us in and grew our talents. Even now today, if I graduated from high school, their blessings and their effect on me is still going on. The advice I would like to give, if you're a man or a woman, a parent, you should get involved with Mohiba. And I should see how your kids will evolve within Mohiba with their peers. Students started creating their own initiatives. One of those is Aoun. I'm a member of that. Yesterday, there's the Saudi team results came in ISF 2024. Many of them, I was mentoring them, and they got qualified to go. And this is comes from behind the belief that we are responsible, and give them the mentorship and the guidance they need. That's our responsibility, and I hope we completed it and achieved it as winners. And an international prize. You are the first destination for any student who wants to accomplish that. Do you have any ambitions related to educating talented students? Beautiful. When it comes to other students who want to apply to this, I see it from my point of view. ISF is a school and a destination. My journey honed my skills, gave me more knowledge that I never thought I'd learn about. The idea of a student from high school working in scientific research, that's an exposure that might invite any student to start working in their own research. The second thing is, when I come to see all the facilitation that is happening and this fertile ground to be distinguished in this ground, it doesn't mean anything you put in that ground will grow. There is many other elements might complement those things and actually challenges in your way, and whether it was internal or an outsider challenge. And many of them came through my way. 3 months work will be eventually ended. That's the thing that I went through. You should complete, you should keep going, you should push yourself. And that's the thing I actually motivate every student to think about these things. one of the misconceptions about this situation. Sometimes I get a parent who says like their kid wants to be like me. It doesn't have to be in science. Maybe he is the best entrepreneur in the future. Maybe he's a footballer. It's rewarding to be in science field. Some of them they want their kids to be distinguished in science, engineering, and many other things. But it's not the only way to be distinguished and unique. In myself, that's the only thing I've tried. To be honest with you. I like swimming. I like football, but I haven't tried yet to go in these competitions yet. I encourage all students it's not limited to competitions, scientific competitions. I encourage you to go to sports and every other area. The Ministry of Sports, they offering opportunities and culture also. Invest yourself in what you believe in and you see yourself in. That's the conclusion. For me, actually, there is nothing out of our hands as human beings. It's never matter how much do you think about it, and you see many obstacles, or you think it's impossible, it's achievable. I warn yourself, do not underestimate yourself, and do not allow others to do that to you. As soon as you start your journey, the picture from outside definitely seems difficult. As soon as you start engaging in it, success is not necessary in the beginning. Every success, every fall, that means it's a chance for ourselves to hone our skills and see how we're self-developed. Me is not the same as Hanadi in 2022. The way I think, my perspective, my dialogue with people, and the level of my ambitions went higher than usual. It didn't come out of nowhere. So when they put me in the right place, I know my capabilities. And I thought it would be much smaller than that. Based on my experience, our capabilities are not limited. We can achieve wherever we want, whether it was in ISIF or any other competition. Since we are doing something that we are intentionally running behind and put the right endeavors, definitely we will go ahead. Since those are our ambitions, what have you prepared for the future? For me, I'm still in the last year of high school. The way I'm preparing, I hope that I can repay this country their investment in us and the things that this country gave us. Actually, our duty and mission to repay the country. And we hope to be a part of the growth wheel in this country, actually, and to be one of those ambassadors for this country. As I learned in scientific research, you must think about the future too. We have to divide it to two areas: short terms or long term. For short term, for me personally, if anyone today, their perspective about scientific research in high school changed today, this is one of my main objectives, and I'll be happy to hear it. My long term is to publish my first scientific paper before reaching 20. Currently, I'm 18. I hope to be and able to be one of the best ambassadors for my country and representing my country in international committees, and be the person that I wanted to be as a student to help others and guide them to the right direction. And to teach them there is obstacles in their ways and give them the guidelines to overcome that. At the conclusion, I wanted to hear advice from you to give instructors, teachers to motivate students and enhance their capabilities when it comes to their talents. Excuse me. The message that I want to communicate, you should start. The beginning of it represents everything, and everybody knows the beginning of anything is the most difficult phase of it. It defines the road. You might succeed, you might stop, you might make it. Every student, every brother, every mentor, every teacher start to invest in youth minds and help them to reach the summit. These opportunities that we took in and are opened for 6 million students in Saudi Arabia. The difference between those students is the one who is willing to take that chance and opportunity, and that makes all the difference between the students. One wants to take an opportunity and the other one just wanting to go to any university and take the regular path of their career. That's what makes the difference. It's only normal to feel fear, and that's normal. Currently today, what we notice, the Saudi youth and students, and they were unable to take their own suitable place and internationally. We're not competing with the great ones. We are one of the great ones. And scientifically advanced country, we start to compete with them, such as China, Germany, and the U.S. The Saudi student now is the one to be afraid of. When we made it to ISF, I remember when we made it to May, the Saudi, they were waiting for what we prepared. And the outfit was unified, and we had a bigger number, and everybody knew though those are the Saudis you should be afraid of because they compete fiercely. And when they see the best and our culture, and they saw every concept of our personalities, this is one of the things that we are proud of, because this should be a motivator to start your own trip, your own journey. My message concludes in you should compete, you should start discovering whatever you wanted, whether it was on a personal level or on the public recognition. If you wanted to achieve that on a personal level or an international level, this is the thing I encourage all parents to start planting that idea and that seed in their children's head. Today I'm very keen and to encourage youth minds to start their trips and continue it. Today as a Saudi people, there is no limitation for us, and very sure every one of us, if they wanted to start something, they will reach it. The first advice, start asking. Putting the question there is the beginning of solving a problem. If you have a goal, if you have a mission, ask about how other people achieved it and started doing it. and this enhances scientific research within the student. It's only scientific research, it's only a matter of questions that is answered. Start developing yourself and see results. Second advice, I would like to change the idea that student shouldn't be from the beginning this concept that smart or skilled. We sat today, let's say in home, if we decided to achieve something, there is no condition. You don't have to be skilled since the day you were born, or you study in the best schools. No, or study in big international schools. From the first grade to the till the end of high school, I was in governmental schools. There is no limitations. I was talking to one of the audience here. I told her that, and I wanted that prize. So she told me you're supposed to be so smart, but I was like, no, I don't think so. You don't have to be extremely smart, but you will be able to reach whatever you want. I agree to these success stories we heard yesterday and today, and I do believe the ambition and is a part of in every Saudi man and woman. I would like to conclude with His Royal Highness Crown Prince saying the most valuable fortune Saudi Arabia have is its Saudi people. Thank you for your listening and being with us.
السلام عليكم. أنا أمل عبد الجبار، مدير عام تعليم والبحوث والابتكار في التراث.
Peace and bless. Welcome everyone. Dr. Haifa, she's assistant professor. She graduated from German. She's the author of two books. The first one is related to the first book was about the isolation and the homesick that she felt while she were studying outside, and how the isolation helped her to understand the life. The second book is The Lavender, where she talked about the foreign non-Arab women and their stories in Riyadh and how they live here in Saudi Arabia in general. Dr. Hanouf, where do you find yourself between being doctor and author? Welcome, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. Thank you for the invitation, for giving me this opportunity. I think that the reading and writing was a part of my passion from since the childhood. I like the being a doctor, and I like it this major, but I think that it helped me to having many skills beside the major. I think it helped me to work and also and there is opportunity recently to have a double major where you can go for many majors. The identity helped me a lot to communicate with my patient in the clinic, and and the writings actually helped me a lot. So I wrote my PhD about the women, Saudi women music teams or band, and now I can see a lot of opportunity, and the people recently have the opportunity to increase their skills and their talents. Thank you. What led you to find the cultural identity and the flexibility in the society, and how does it affect your journey? I think that the scholarship was a very effective and excited journey, and it could be a study journey, but it is more depth than that and deeper than that, and we can see that how we communicate with the others, and how do they see us, and how do they see our identity. And sometimes we have some of conflicts regarding the culture, where I stand or stop there and look at the situations and my identity, and evaluate it, and also understand its value, and the value that I hold it regarding the culture and identity. And I remember that was a story with a German patient. I was at the beginning of my study, and a German patient, elderly German patient, came to me, and he has a very simple case. So any early or an early stage students can solve that issue. So once I finished my work, and I was about to finish my work, and I was translating the word "hope everything is going well," and I said, and I translated in a wrong way, and I translated and saying, "Hope you are satisfied." So I wasn't certain. So I wasn't certain, and I didn't consist the certainty here in my sentence. So the patient came many times, and I was wondering, what is the issue? I'm sure that everything is good, and I was repeating the same sentence after the end, or at the end of the session. So I didn't give him the certainty. So and after the fifth or fourth visit of the patient, and I was very strict with him, and I told him everything is excellent, and I have done all these requirements, the medical requirements, and I'm sure that everything will be okay. And he stand, and he smiled and said that I came all these visits just to hear this certainty as a German patient, and sitting in this chair with its high quality. I was waiting you to be certain. When I sit in this chair, you are going to be my God. So culturally, it was really shocked to come to me and mention that I'm going to be his God regarding this aspect. So it was conflict, the cultural conflicts here. So I was wondering, am I mistaken when I choose the sentence and choose the ways? And the patient was really assured that during these 4 visits, he tried to shock me. So the last that sentence that he used, that you are going to be God, it will touch me culturally. And even though he used this word, and I was like, is he very proud of his culture? And that's why he used this kind of situation, or this sentence, or he's maybe, or does he maybe not accepting my culture? So this difference between having the solidarity, or having the strongest with the others, and being proud of your culture, may let me care about this aspect of promoting the national identity, with also which is the most important objectives of the Vision 2030, led by his Crown Prince, the Crown Prince, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and
خلينا نركز
makes me
على
feel
هذه
proud.
الفقرة. نركز على هذه الفقرة اللي هي التسامح.
Let's talk here about tolerance and focus on it.
تقدرين تعطيني قصة توضح إنه التنوع
Could you please give me a story about the cultural stories that help the community to overcome some challenges? I think the hugest action or event happened is the founding of Saudi Arabia, where Saudi Arabia were separated, and many tribe conflicts, even in the fashion, clothes, were completely different. And the unifying of these tribes and states end up with having one strong culture and community and country as a whole, and we became one of the G20 countries. How do you see the differences between the culture, and how can we find a community with a balanced tolerance? I think the story, as we have seen previously, people celebrating the founding day, and the success story or successful stories that we have witnessed in this region. You may see people wearing clothes from different regions. Maybe they're also grandparents or were fighting between each other, but now they are wearing each other's clothes and traditional fashion clothes. Yes. And even having the foreign and the famous players like Ronaldo, and how they can also be engaged with us and celebrating our celebrations, and knowing how extent we are and being a tourist. How can different or various people from different also backgrounds can solve some matters and issues and make the community much more flexible? Maybe the story that I have mentioned recently or previously makes me looking to another different stories in Saudi Arabia happened. And in Lavender, I wrote Lavender book. I wrote that I have tracked some stories for foreign people who get married to Saudi men, and they were very courage and brave to be engaged in our culture and to get married to Saudi men. And there were 7 women from different nationalities, and the stories are from 5 years till 40 years. So just to be fair with the German nation, here's a story. There is a bachelor student in German. She was studying the bachelor. After she finished, she graduated. She decided to get married to Saudi man, and she decided to also have her spring of here in the Saudi Arabia.
الطبيبة قالت طيب أنا مهتمة إني أكمل دراستي.
She was also keen to continue her study
كملت مسيرتها الطبية.
and she also complete her study here in Riyadh, and she's now retired for more than 40 years in Saudi Arabia. And at that time when I have this dialogue with her, she has 5 grandchildren, and these stories is about the tourism of with the tourism of tourist of Saudi culture and community.
ترى المفروض تقولين كذا. هذه الأشياء كانت كان في هذا الدعم. وطبيعة الشعب
and the Saudi actually nature they are a very hospitality nature, and they are very keen, and they were one of the weird stories or that let me stop and over looking at it. Let's move from the successful story to the successful projects. In our previous talk, you mentioned a very attractive project by using the cultural identity. Could you please elaborate more regarding this project? I can see individual initiatives where the youth, Saudi youth, people, they are choosing some words and link it to the music and gather some pictures in order to enrich the content or scenery, and maybe these things that I have mentioned to you, Amal. There was a program, Hayhum or Hayhum, launched by Noor Sadoun. The program is a platform, electronic platform, where when you have the ability to host some tourists in your home, and you can choose the time and the duration. Just to simplify it, I have participated with them last year in Ramadan month, and I have hosted some foreign tourists, and I would provide the iftar, which is Najdi clothes, and there will be also some of the traditional clothes if someone wants to try it and take a picture. And the period was I said the period for 4 hours, and they women visit me. A group of women visit me from Asia, and they talked about their experience, and this experience they can have it or witness it in some traditional restaurants, but there are some of the embedded and deep situations, like insisting for in the hospitality and offering some coffee, and I hope that you look at or visit the website, and there's an Instagram account for her also. Thank you, Doctor. At the end, since the conference having one of these titles, which is the readiness of the future or future readiness, what do you think the readiness is for the future? So I think here the being proud of the Saudi nationality is that one of the foundations, and this strong land is very important. So the founding or the being proud is a very important to start have a new start. Even though with the also with the in addition to having the AI, as we can develop and improve ourselves, where the AI depend on the electronic memory, and we are as a collective memory and the population memory. We going to have it registered electronically and will be feed to the AI. If there is a cultural gap or electronic gap, this means or this will affect the coming generation and how they will understand their history. So documentation, and I'm talking here as a keen person or interested person, not as a specialized, but even the stories of our grandparents, sometimes they repeat it and we do not understand the value of it, but it is very important to build the foundation that we are launching from it towards the future, and it's very important for our stability, hopefully. Thank you so much, Dr. Hanouf, and it was a really important dialogue, and thanks everyone for your good listening. Thank you so much.
شكرا جزيلا يعطيكم العافية.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Elevate, Empower, Excel, Saudi Women Redefining Esports Excellence.
شكرا. أهلا وسهلا جميعا. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Welcome everyone. Peace and bless. Welcome at the beginning. We would like to welcome you and thank for your attendance here and success stage that present successful stories for Saudi youth in different sectors where they have achieved a high level of success. I'm Rana Zaidi, one of the employees in the human capability development initiatives where we have developed our Saudi youth, and this initiative is one of the initiatives to achieve the developments on local and national and international aspects. I would repeat my thanks, and today we are going to have one of the aspiration stories for a great person where she wrote a story of success by her skills. And we have here Modi Al-Kenhal, representative for the Saudi Electronic Games and a player in the Falcons in the electronic sports. Modi has it as a hobby from the childhood, and then she reached to be a professional in that aspect, and she owned many awards in this aspect. Thank you so much for hosting me. Welcome. We would like from you to tell us about the beginnings of your journey, and how did you start, and how you were you end up with the professionalism and professionality in this work. From my childhood, I was very excited and like the competitions, and I was really playing a lot with my brother, and also I played seriously. From 2020, I buy a PC, and at that time I was playing for fun. I didn't pay attention for the professionalism, and there was no competitions for the girls. And 2020, I have played from this time till 2022, and after I have reached the variant and the game that I liked, and I noticed that they are looking for a female players, and they want to have girls. And I came, and they called me, and I came with 10 girls to have a performance expert, and I have represented Falcons at that time.
المميز في سيرتك موضي هو انك بدأتي
maybe the the distinguished thing in your story is that you have started by having it as a hobby, and sometimes people think that the starting is going to be very hard, but maybe what makes your journey is really excited and enjoyable is that you have started with something that you liked, and you become a practitioner, and then we move by this to the next question, which is the sport or electronic sport is a new term for us in this community. What is the main obstacles that you have faced? I have started from 3 years when I started playing. At the beginning, no one was accepting this idea. Even my family, once I have started, they said, no, you can focus on your study and your time. So this thing was one of the hardest thing at the beginning, and it was actually one of the rare girls that entered this aspect of this field. So I was very excited. Modi, during your journey, I think you have you started as a player, then you are leading a team for the electronic sport, which is the female team. I would like from you to talk about your role in this team and what is the responsibilities and accountabilities that you have it, and what kind of strategies that you are using or following or implementing while you are managing your team. How is the journey starts from registration till the winning the awards? Currently, I'm a leader of a team in Falcons, and I when I'm being a leader, I need to be patient. I need also to control myself. I need to be a leader. I can take. I'm a quick decision maker, and not only playing and not focusing on anything. At the beginning, I was really new to be a leader. I was playing just for myself and for fun, so it was very difficult for me to manage a team. But with the time, I have developed my skills and myself. And each championship, I was starting it very slow, but with the days, we became more confident, and I became much better leader than I was before, and I start having the leadership skills and characteristics or features. Modi, you have represented Saudi Arabia in the Game Changer. You have represented Saudi Arabia in the championship. What kind of awards that you have gained, and what does it mean for you? What does these awards mean for you? For me, the national championship are the most important thing for me. It is very interested for me, where I represent the Saudi national team, and I became very excited and have the enthusiasm, and so I always prefer to represent my national team. My team with the Falcons, I have 4 Saudi females. We became very excited. We train a lot, and everything is being excited, and the passion become much more than it is without the representing the national. So in 2020, this was the first award that we are won, and it was the first championship for me, and I was representing the national team, and it was very emotional for me. And in 2023, we also gained the first rank. Always the national team become much excited because of the government support and His Royal Highness also support.
بما أنك نافستي في عديد
Since you have competed many international games, we would like to listen from you about some of the situations or experience or something happened with you, something push you up to continue in this field. When I win the award of 2022, because I was really liking these kind of games, but I wasn't actually predicting that I'm going to win an award. So this award was a really promoting and it enhanced me and my skills and ability. Also another situation where the next year when also I won the award that helped me to continue and to have a stable and improved performance. Modi, you have a lot of success that you have achieved in a very early age. How do you balance between the professional requirements and the electronic sports and the requirements of daily life, like the social connections or and the study? I always say that the social relationship with my family, with my friends, my study also is a very important and my work. So and finding the balance between these three is a very difficult because each one of them needs time. And but at the beginning it was very difficult, and I like really my study. So I worked very hard to enter this major. So when I entered the electric sport, I failed my study because I don't have enough time, and it makes me upset because I like my studies and I was very excited to have high grades in my study because I'm a nerd and I prefer to study a lot. So and to gain also high scores. After that, I start arranging my time and try to finish the training with the team, and then back again to deduct some time for studying. And even if there is a empty time or free time, if I have free time, I start contacting or communicating with the social, with my friends, with my family. At the beginning, at the first year, it was very difficult to find the balance, but the second year was a much better because I know how to prioritize my tasks and time. You talked about the leadership skills and how you gain it. How did you find it reflected in your team? Actually, it helped me in the quick decision making, and even in my life, I need to be confident. My thought needs to be the same, and also there is another skill which is being patient. Is a very important. This feature is very important because I need to have it also my personal life, not only regarding the games and the team and how to prepare them. Controlling also myself is a very important while educating or training the team members. And there were a lot of situations that needs me or leads me to or drive me crazy. But I try to focus on controlling myself and pay attention, keep calm, and also be patient with others. And I have benefited from these features. During our discussion before this dialogue or this session, we were talking about the decision. So how were you able to take the quick decision?
يعني متى كانت اللحظة اللي قلتي أوكي أنا الآن احترفت هذا الموضوع؟
What time have you noticed that you became professional? It was actually at the beginning I was taking long time thinking and after that taking the decision. So in the game it is very important to have a very quick decision. So I need to have the reaction in the same time and tell it to everyone with me and apply it very quick. And at the beginning it was a very hard and I need time to apply and take the decision. But with the time, with the game, I have learned how to do the same thing. And everyone with me in the team have get used to me and to my skills, and we became very quick in decision making, and also applying these solutions or decisions. It's in less than seconds, so it was very quick. Otherwise, we will lose. How do you see the future of the electronic sports? What is the opportunities for this aspect or for this kind of games? And how can we prepare those who are care about or interested in this kind of game? After Games 8, it was the biggest games conference or event. We have also the government support, and after 2 years, the Saudi Arabia will be a leader in the electronic sport, and also the Qiddiya city will consist of many capabilities for the electronic games, and this will be support and enhanced for any Saudi who's actually interested in this aspect. And now the champion is the game stage in Europe, and we have win the first rank. Even we beat the German team, and hopefully the coming next week we are going to win also. We wish you the best. Thank you. As a last question, what the advice or the experience that you have gone through and you want to provide or advice to the audience regarding it? I would like to tell them, if you like the electronic games, you need to find the balance always in your life. You can't give attention for one aspect without paying attention to the other aspects. So you need here to be confident as well, and you need the training and the coaching. Absolutely. Thank you so much, Modi. Thanks for you being here with us in this success stage. I'm very pleased to meet you and to understand you and hear about your stories. Thank you, all of you. Meet you also in coming meetings. Thank you so much. All of you, we still have many passion stories, successful story. Now we are going to give the floor for Fahad Al-Jamea to talk about his successful stories.
reportedly leaving their homes and boarding planes. The reasons for this sudden exodus remain unclear. Eyewitnesses report seeing countless departing from major cities across the globe. Governments and international organizations have remained tight-lipped about the situation, with no official statements or explanations given for the mysterious exodus. Speculation and conspiracy theories abound as the world watches with awe and confusion at the unprecedented events taking place before their eyes.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Style Without Borders, creating an international fashion phenomenon.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم.
Peace and bless.
صامت بتكون جلسة رائعة جدا معكم.
Please set your phones on silent. We will have a very excited session.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. حياكم الله.
Hello everyone. Welcome in the second and last day of this conference. I call it the capability youth capability initiative, and we have a lot of capable youths, and we are very proud of you, and you are the generations of the future. Fahad Al-Jama'a, the story that's not mentioned yet or told. Fahad Al-Jama'a, we all know Fahad's brand, and we have put it one day on the wish list. Fahad, he's like Fahad, he's a very strong man that he where he worked in a field where he worked actually in an aspect or worked very hard in his aspect where a lot of people and there's a lot of competition in this sector, and for us and many of us he entered in a sector where in 2014 where a lot of us were thinking that this sector is not for male, this sector for female, and we were very ashamed as a men to be in that sector. But now recently everyone know this Saudi brand where this youth man has established with his partner. Where's his partner? Here. Okay. These two youths are very inspiring. Welcome, Fahad, and good morning. At the beginning, I would like to thank you for your introduction and for introducing me with these good words and very inspiring words. And as you mentioned, I would like also to thank the Human Capability Initiatives for inviting me, and it's my pleasure to be here and very proud to be on this stage, and I would like also to thank the organizers of this event. I wish the success for this this conference. Thanks also again for your introduction, but I have a point here. Me and my partner always mention it. Our goal is a very far for the future. So we still haven't done yet anything. We have a lot of things to do. Wish you all the best, Fahad. You and your partner were studying in a British university, business in a business college, and you were very happy with your life. So how did you start or think about entering this sector? And no one were excited about this sector. So how did you start? Okay, our start in the first, we were during our study, we were very interested in the fashion, and we were attending many the Fashion Week. We attended the Fashion Week and the shows, and as you know, the Fashion Week happened twice, without a visa. Yes, so we attend many of fashion shows, and we have also witnessed new trends and brands after we back in 2016 to the Saudi Arabia. There was a question: why don't we, as the Saudis, engage or enter this sector? Why don't we have any Saudi brands compete nationally or internationally? So it was kind of a dream to think how to compete internationally. Especially, it's a very old sector, and everyone is a.
صادقكم اليوم يمكن تصير زيه.
يا رب. يعني مجال فيه أسامي كبيرة، مجال فيه تاريخ، فكان
So this sectors actually consist of a lot of people who are very experts. So and it has their people. It has its own people. Its people. So we were new, and we have entered this market, and thankfully we have reached a good level. I don't think that the way was paved for you. So I don't think it was easy for you. So you're not from a very rich family. You are maybe considered as one of the member of the families that considered as a medium income family. So what is the challenges that you have faced? The challenges, that me mention it with details. The biggest challenge for us is a new sector. No one has entered or paved the way in front of us. So it was very new for us as the Saudis, and I think a lot of our experience was consist of expert experiences and experiences kind of wasting our time because we are learning and starting from scratch. So we do some mistakes and then back to the beginning and start again and try many times. This considered as a huge challenge. And also when we tried to look at or to look for suppliers, we do not have any manufacturing in Saudi Arabia specialized in the streetwear fashion, and it was a new market. So the journey we traveled at the beginning of it we traveled to Turkey, and we started from scratch. As I told you, it was a challenge for us to look at to look at everything and try new methods and ways.
إلى درجة دخل علينا رمضان وصمنا هناك من كثر ما حصلنا اللي إحنا.
So once one of the times actually we have spent long time in there and outside Saudi Arabia. So we also fast outside our country, and it was one of the challenges. And
حتى موقع الأونلاين الحين فيه.
Even the online, there is Zell and Sell and many platforms where you can enter and register. But at that time, no, we were using Instagram and many different. Many difficult ways at that time, and it was like searching for needles and haystack, and also there was no DHL or any delivery services, so things were actually difficult. So each step considered as a challenge for us. Sometimes we were feeling absent because we do not have any solutions. And I remember the first two clients that we have delivered their package because it was really a point achievements for us. And now, thankfully, we have a lot of services, and before I was taking off from my work to follow the shipments and the warehouses that we have now. We can rent some small places where we put our stuff. Before there was the products were in our house and everywhere, and things were not arranged. But now we can do it on the cloud. We can calculate everything. Before we have cash and we were counting. There was a story about the money. Yes, when we get developed, we have an American company and we worked with it, and the platform it has actually the money in the American account, and we were going there and having the card and withdraw some 5,000 Saudi riyals, and it was considered as also a challenge. So the whole journey was an obstacle and full of obstacles, challenges, and things were not clear, and each thing that we are doing considered as a new experience. So also the marketing as well. Now you can do the e-marketing through TikTok, Instagram, and other social media apps. But before we do not have these things. So as I told you, the biggest challenge that we have faced is that the community way, way in dealing with us and the way they thinking and their mentalities. Because I'm one of them, by the way, and I apologize about that. Because when they look at any local products, they think that the quality is very low and it's very cheap. That's the stereotype that they have. So this was a challenge for us. How can I convince people that I have a high quality with a good price and it's compete with the international brands, even from
محصور كذا على الجانب
even from
البنات أو النساء.
regarding the sector, they think that this sector is only specialized for female, and it was a challenge for me as a male to enter this fashion sector, and these are the main challenges. We know that these challenges are sometimes considered maybe lead you to get tired and you decide to quit, and maybe you say I can go and work in one of these company and being employed there and have a very stable income. If you remember, I have told you we have a lot of passion. So our passion still we didn't translate it into the reality. So we all have. What distinguishes the brand? This is my question. I apologize, but maybe I see brand A and brand C. This is 500 or 1,000 Saudi Riyal T-shirt. Why? And this one is a lot, 100 maybe Saudi Riyal. No one will know. Why should I take care about this? And what distinguishes your brand? Actually, brand is your identity. So if you see. The high-end brand, they always invest in their name, So this consists of many factors to reach to a brand name. The first, you need to have a history. I will give you an example here. As I told you, if you have a million or a billion and you decided to start a work, you cannot say that tomorrow I will compete everyone. No, it's impossible because the brand needs a passion and need to have a history. So
البراندز اللي عمرها 15 و20 سنة يشوفونها براندات جديدة. فتحتاج وقت يعني.
So it needs time. So the brand needs to have a history, and this one of the reasons. And the other aspect is needs to be qualified enough with a high value and also quality. If you sell a product, it's supposed to be the quality matching with the brand or with the name, and you need also to provide the client the value. You need to give the value for the client. So you need to pay attention for the materials and any other things. For instance, the services, the hospitality. All these. Give me an example. As an example today, what you have have done. You have now in a cave shop, or you have in maybe in Faisaliya Tower. First, we need the offer. We need the offer. If you will give an offer, I would take care of myself. I want to have an offer. I don't know if you were going to give the audience or not, but. Are you in a craft or in a Faisaliya? Regarding the points that I have mentioned, how to build a name, you need to let the client being excited to buy your product, and also. So you will be limited, and you need to make him excited to be distinguished. And an example for that, each season or new collection, we build a full experience for the client. And each 6 months or 3 months, we conduct a whole event for the clients. The last example is the Faisaliya Tower, where we have the collection, which is 86 city. The 86 city is a city in the galaxy, and you need to, if you want to reach it, you need to go to the airport, and the airport in the Al Faisaliya Tower. And if you enter, the cashier will represent the check-in, and where you put the luggage, and where you have the boarding, the receipt, and the bill, and also the products will be the luggage. And we have set a new products, the carry-on and carry-on, and this is only related to or specialized in the terminal 86, and even the way if you. We have also the mannequin as people waiting for you when you come to the airport or arrived to the city. Yes. So we build an airport. So when I come to buy, I will be excited and live the experience as a whole. Then I buy the product. Some people saying this is very huge, and this cost me a lot. And some people may say, I will use this budget, and instead of having this idea, I will put it in a marketing and and sell online, and that's it. But all these will be invest in a brand and the name. So you will see people wearing some of products. So we have limited edition products. I have seen some websites like they have a very rare product or a special edition of products, and it's like it's similar like if it's antique. Because we give the value for you and for the products that you are going to buy. Sometimes the design finished in the early or first week. If any other people thinking of the profit, so you can buy a product, and it is a very important and considered as a value for you. Fahad, what is the story of the brand with New York, with the fashion show? This is my first time to have a Saudi brand fashion show wearing Saudi clothes. What's your story with the international brands? Thankfully, after we have get the trust of our clients in Saudi Arabia, we decided to have our destination national direction in the coming years. We have also Expo Dubai and Paris or France Fashion Week, and at the beginning we have faced the same issue that we have witnessed, which is the trust of clients. There was no confidence or trust coming from those who are buying our products. And they need to know that they don't want to buy from your brand and then tomorrow you will disappear with the brand. And the first thing, it was the first time it was very quick, and after that the people start asking about the brand and they like the designs, and at the third time they start taking little products or buying some of these products, our products, but then they start to be one of our clients. And we are in Italy, in America, and thankfully we have find new community segments. And regarding New York, thankfully the success that we have reached with the support of the Fashion Commission, I would like to thank the Fashion Commission, because they became the legislation or set the legislations for the fashion sector, and there were a lot of support, a lot of education, training, and a lot of and biggest and high profile and experience people in fashion. They bring it to Saudi Arabia and bring them to Saudi Arabia and let them teach the Saudi brands and direct them and guide them. This would be very beneficial for us as the Saudis who are interested in this sector and in this. This actual step, it wasn't exist in our time, but we have gone through many experiences. Have you? Yes, we have the fund, or we have the fund, and yes, they have a brand, a high brand. This fund consists of high brand, and they saw that there is a potential, that we have a potential, and we are in the future. They can help us in the international level because they have the connections and they know how. So they didn't invest in that in us, except unless they have seen a lot of things that we have or seen or sure about our our potentials. I apologize. I will take more 1 minute. Fahad, the audience here, one of them absolutely has being aspired by Fahad. But inspired by Fahad, but and he decided to start his initiative. But he is maybe not specialized in fashion. Maybe he just know it from his mom and how she go to the tailor. But we would like to know what is the components of the excellent brand, or what makes me have a high brand in the future. If you start going to start a brand, the brand is a whole company that consists of creative department, finance, strategy, the marketing. So it is considered as a holistic system or ecosystem. We do not see it as the skills only. If I do not have the skills of drawing or designing, then I can't enter this sector. No, now the education has become very easy, and there is access for the education, and things being facilitated much more than how it was before. And you need to learn from the previous people and what they have done. And recently everything becomes easier now. So the most important skill is to have the key skill is to have the patient, to be patient, and because you are going to face a lot of challenges, obstacles, and you need to overcome through it. And I don't know if we still have time. There is a huge challenge when our warehouse burned, when our warehouse burned down, and this was a very challenge because we have lost the assets, because this is considered as an asset for us and for our brand. So we start from scratch again. So yeah. Did they compensate you? Maybe you take the money from the brand. Absolutely, they helped us. Thank you, Fahad. What is the name of your partner? Khalid Al Jammaza. Let's welcome and have applause for Khalid. Khalid and Fahad, they are very distinguished and Saudi youth, and we are very proud of them. In behalf of Fahad, I ask you to visit CAF and Faisaliya exhibition, look at their brands and products and enjoy it, and support them as a Saudi brand. Thank you so much.
أكواد فقلت والله مو بأكرم مننا، فقلت في كود لكل الحاضرين HCI عن طريق الموقع.
أخيرا طلعنا خصم.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Scaling Up Our Impact, from local solutions to global reach.
Good morning, good morning, good morning,
صباح
everyone. And welcome to day 2 of the HCI. I hope everyone's having a really great time. I'm excited to be here with you on this second day to introduce 2 amazing Saudis who are joining us today to share their success stories and to inspire and hopefully give you some tips about how you too can work through your journey and achieve your passions for the future. So please join me. I'm welcoming with me Dr. Iman Al-Mansour, and I'm welcoming also Dr. Faisal Nawab. So a round of applause for our amazing guests, please. If you were here in yesterday's session, you may already know I don't like to know too much about my guests before I meet them. I love to make this more of a conversation, truly my first reaction to meeting them, just like you may also be your first meeting and your first time hearing their stories. So I'm gonna start with my right, Liamin Awal, and I'm gonna ask Dr. Iman to share with us a little bit about her and how we can get to know her and who she is. And then I'm gonna turn over to you, Dr. Faisal. Does that sound good?
Perfect. Let's do that.
Yes? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Manal. It's really a great pleasure to be here. I'm Dr. Iman Al-Mansour, an assistant professor at the Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University. And the vast majority of my research focuses on the development of novel vaccine candidates using interdisciplinary research approach, and where I started the nucleic acid vaccine labs at RMC IAU.
Thank you.
Great. I'm Faisal Nawab. I'm a professor at the University of California in Irvine. And there I lead the Edge Lab, where we do research to make future technologies a reality. What we observe in our lab is that there is a lot of potential in artificial intelligence and machine learning, but now if we walk around, we don't see that impact in our lives. And what we realize is that we need to create technologies that would bring AI and data science to every facet of our lives. So we're building small data systems that can be placed in your mobile phone, can be placed in an access point, in a camera, in every device, so that we can get and harness the potential of data. Luckily, the research that we've been doing in the lab has been receiving wide impact. That's both in industry, where we won a Facebook award for the next generation internet technology. Thank you. And also from the National Science Foundation in the United States, we've received over $2 billion of funding for our projects. And also we took these ideas and saw the impact they have in industry, and now we have started for a few years a startup called Analog to bring those research ideas to practice and to the consumer.
Oh, that sounds amazing. That's so exciting. And the fact that your work and research got some funding from the National Science Foundations is a real testament to some of the importance and success of this work. But before I jump to you, and I really want to hear more about this, I want to give Dr. Iman a chance to tell us more about your research, what interests you in this line, why is it relevant and important for today's world, and perhaps even a little bit of how you started in this field.
Of course. So over the past decade, and especially in the last few years, we have witnessed remarkable changes in the biomedical science, and most notably in the vaccine and immunotherapeutics. And because of these disruptive technologies that really change the way the research is conducted, and it's changing the landscape and focus in research and academia, not only that, but also in the biotech sectors. And also it gives some hope for other patients to tackle some certain types of diseases that are until now unresolved. So coming from biomedical engineering background, and we used to study different disciplines, integrate them to bridge the gap between medicine and engineering. So we come up with some answers for tackling some certain diseases with the unmet needs. So what we do particularly is that we integrate disciplines of molecular biology, immunology, and bioinformatics to tailor the vaccines to enhance the immune response to have more safe and effective vaccines.
And how do you think this work is relevant, and how did you also come into it yourself?
So when I was a master's student, I had a chance to take vaccinology course. And at that time, I was specializing in biomedical science. So learning more about these technologies, the DNA vaccines and RNA vaccines, and the hope that it can provide to patients, that really got me into specialize in this field, and then applying at University of Massachusetts with one of the pioneers in this field, Professor Shan Liu, and who was my mentor at that time.
Okay, this is so amazing. I do not come from a science or tech background, so I'm sure that everything that you're saying is already sounding so inspiring and so interesting. I really want to delve in some more, but from science and vaccine creation and development, we're going to jump over to AI and technology and how I can have access to data that's going to inform it through our phones. And then I guess both of you are researchers in your own sense and working in such different fields, but of course all of them STEM. Our follow-up to this question will be, how did you get into this field? So a little bit more about the work you do, and then how did you yourself get into this?
Yes, absolutely. I think that's a very good question. And the motivation of a lot of the work that we do in our lab is that we want to foresee in 5 years, 10 years from now, what are the revolutions in technology that are going to happen. And we see the potential of AI. Of course, all of us enjoy these revolutionary events that happen in AI and artificial intelligence. I know a lot of us are using ChatGPT, for example, and seeing how transformative it can be. And when we look at the AI and machine learning trajectory, we see that its reach is impacting and is going to impact every facet of our lives. And this is how we're heading. In 5, 10 years from now, we need to build the data infrastructure that is going to enable AI and data science to really be there with every application, with every experience of citizens and users. And this is what led us to the realization that every small device that is close to the user whether it's personal devices, as you mentioned, but also devices that are, let's say, in traffic lights, devices that are in hospitals, in factories. All these places are going to be transformed by AI and data science. And for this change to be realized, we need to have the pipelining, we need to have the infrastructure. And this is what we're trying to build and what we're foreseeing to be the next big challenge to realize AI and machine learning.
And what drove you to this field? How did you discover yourself, or have you discovered yourself through all of this work?
Absolutely, absolutely. Another very good question. And it's something that really brings me back to my young days. Even since I was a teenager, I always liked reading science fiction and, in a way, thinking about what the future is going to hold for us. And I remember certain books that are talking about the years 2010, 2020, and 30, and so on, and see how we're falling short in a lot of the technologies that we predicted are going to be possible. For example, in the 1990s, if you ask someone in 20 or 30 years from now, they would say that technology is going to be impacting everything that we do. And in a way, if we look at research labs, we already have the research and we already have the concepts and foundations to make this a reality. But there is a gap between what's happening in the lab and what's happening in practice. And this is what really drives me and what is the passion of both myself and the students in my lab in what we want to do is let's take those ideas that were developed in the last 10, 20, 30 years in research labs and let's actually bring them to reality. And this opens interesting challenges both from the research side and from the practice side. And that's what brought us into this research vision and direction that we are in right now.
So you're really looking at how can we bridge that gap between research, implementation, and then future probably policies and practices and regulations that are set forward. So trying to bring those two closer together, essentially.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So you bring a good point about policies as well, and that's also part of what we do. Now, if you imagine that you have devices that are collecting data and impacting everything that you do in life, well, what does that say about the privacy of your data? What does that say about the policies of what can be done by the applications? And this is actually one of the projects that we were funded from the NSF about, from the National Science Foundations. And it's a project where we are trying to understand both from the consumer side, from the law side, but also from the technology. Instead of having this divide that the technology people, the researchers, are trying to just push the research to the fastest speed that they can get, we want to press the brakes a little bit and ask, what is the right direction that would align with users' privacy, with their data protection, but also while allowing us to enjoy the benefits of technology.
Amazing. I want to turn back to Dr. Iman here, and then, of course, a few questions for the both of you. But maybe let me shift from being some of the technical information, and let me ask you about your own experiences. Women are generally underrepresented in the sciences, technology fields. Have you seen that to be true? Have you seen that to be changing, especially here in Saudi Arabia? And also, what advice or turning points that you could reflect on that might be useful for other females who are interested in pursuing similar fields?
Well, thank you. This is a great question. So, from my experience, I really see that the majority of the students who are having interests in science are mostly female. So more than 90% of students who join my lab are female.
Amazing.
And this ranges from school students up to undergrad and postgraduate students. So there is a huge interest in the STEM field within female here in Saudi Arabia.
And did you ever feel for yourself as a female, and maybe one of the pioneers and early entrants into this field, did you ever take that into your thought process or consideration when you were considering working in this field?
Well, actually, I was driven by the science, to be honest, not as a gender selection basis, but I was driven by the selection of this field that really caught my attention.
And so, you said it started off during your university years, a little bit younger. What made you interested in this? Like, what specifically was it? Yesterday, I had the benefit of meeting Al-Jazi Al-Ahmadi, who's this amazing Saudi graduate who currently works at Tesla. She's super amazing, studied mechanical engineering at MIT, wonderful young lady. And she was telling me some of her drivers or turning points was a teacher, and B, her mother. So I'm really curious if there was anyone that you felt also in your life that was advocating and supporting you throughout this whole process of finding yourself in the career.
Okay, so first answering your questions on why selecting this field in particular. So since I was a child, I have diverse interests in many subjects, and it was really hard for me to select one discipline. When I joined as an undergrad, it was really hard to select different disciplines and having interdisciplinary because it wasn't that common at that time. But then when I got the master's degree and when I had the course vaccinology, it was like a wake-up call for me to go into more interdisciplinary because it combines the molecular biology, different aspects of immunology and synthetic biology. You apply some computational methods in that, and I think these are really essential tools to connect the dots, and these can resolve different challenges which cannot be done by using a single discipline approach.
Okay. So what I'm hearing is that once you had the chance for greater exposure, whether through your undergrad and then through your master's degree, with more exposure and learning about the different fields, and it basically sparked and triggered that interest in you, and you just basically took your self-motivation and continued down that pathway.
That's true.
Yeah. How about yourself, Dr. Faisal? What's your story?
Oh, absolutely. And this is something that I reflect on a lot. Research is a difficult field. That is because it requires a lot of work. It requires working for a long-term vision. And especially for science today, what we see is that not one field, not one person is enough to drive a research vision. And I was lucky to have a wonderful group of collaborators, both students in our lab, but also research labs that we're collaborating with, industry groups that we're collaborating with. Getting back to your earlier questions, a lot of the research that we do intersects with policy, intersects with data privacy, intersects with other fields of computer science and technology, and also goes beyond research and to the industry impact. And these collaborations that we're making, I'm grateful to have collaborations and partners from both the research labs that are complementing what we do, as well as industry teams that are taking the ideas that we are building in the lab and trying to realize it as a practical vision and a practical product.
And so from all the experiences that you have with UC Irvine, where do you see some potential for transferability of that knowledge and those experiences to generate similar ecosystems here in Saudi Arabia amongst other universities?
Absolutely. And of course, this has been an interest of mine since I started the faculty position in the United States. And luckily, I've established already different bridges with different universities, as well as agencies here in Saudi. And the main thing that we always try to do is to think in terms of this transfer of ideas from the lab to collaborations or to industry, is that I always see it as undergoing different phases. The first phase is the exploration, and this is the nature of research, that we don't know what the end goal is. And the exploration is going to give us into different directions until we find something that is promising. And that gets us into the second phase, which is the testing phase. If I get into a promising idea, I would test it in that collaboration, whether it's bridging to an industry partner or with a collaborator in another university. And finally, it's the realization phase, which is taking that test and seeing which would materialize and having it as a real product of both a collaboration or a product of industry.
That's amazing work. And I like how you put that very simply. What's that process of research? What is the flow? Make it very tangible for everyone else as well listening. So then what does future success look like for you how would you say, okay, yes, we're achieving, we're on track? Is it down that line once you get past that testing phase, and that perhaps is your work success, but also I want to hear what does success look like for Dr. Faisal?
Absolutely, absolutely. And it's really a lot of the things that I reflect about. When we think about what we are trying to do in our lab, what we are trying to do in our careers, we see that in modern academia, it's very different from how academia was 20, 40 years ago, in that it's not only about developing the foundations and the research ideas and disseminating it to a research community. Now we see increasingly that a lot of the visions and goals of a research lab is to actually change the world and actually make impact in what's happening in industry. And we see a lot of examples of this, both from biotech as well as computer science. One example that I always like to mention is Google. Google has started as an idea from a research lab, and then it's made all this huge impact to the world. And that is what I define as success for my case, is that for me, being a researcher, leading a research lab, we have the unique opportunity to go back, sit back and see what are the foundations of the problems that we're facing right now in technology. Unlike industry that is focusing on just driving forward as fast as they can, we have the opportunity to reflect back on the foundations, with the research, and have an ambitious vision for what's going to happen in 5 years and act upon it without all the complexities of making a product or industry work. But eventually, that kernel of a research vision or a research idea in 5 years, in 10 years, is going to be materialized and have an impact on industry and the world that would not be achieved otherwise. My definition of success is that I want to take that position, do foundational impact on the world around us.
Yeah. No, that's a really great response, and I love that idea that for you, success is having a positive impact. And especially when we talk about research, I think, the traditional sense is people think research, you're just sitting there writing some papers get published, it's only a few people who are going to read it, and then it doesn't really have purpose or use beyond. But what I'm hearing from both of you is this is research that has implications for how people live their lives, how you may utilize your life in the future. So it's really interesting to hear that from your perspective, and I think it's so relevant for where we are today. It's the idea that we have to use evidence and data to inform a lot of the practices that are out there. How about for you, Dr. Iman? What does success, how do you define success, or what does it look like?
So we might answer this by defining what really takes a good scientist. And to be a good scientist, you need to have 5 characteristics. These are knowledge, intellect, innovations, curiosity, and perseverance. And I think perseverance outweighs all of these characteristics. And working in science and seeing achievements can be incremental. But when you do like disruptive technology, you see some leaps in these outcomes. But it's really important to have the perseverance and stick to what you want to do, and it's not ended until you finish it. So you never call it a failure, but there are a lot of attempts to do it until you succeed.
Mm-hmm. No, I love that answer. I think perseverance, building grit, resilience, and again, that's one of our themes of our conference. It's understanding that every step you take, even if it doesn't have the outcomes that you intended, it's an opportunity to learn, it's an opportunity to pivot, take a turning point, and to say, okay, what can I do better next time? What can I learn from this opportunity? I don't know if you have children, but I try and teach them all the time, yeah. How do you have a mindset that's positive and sets you up for future success?
Yes.
Have you found that to also be part of your success, this mindset and having this even growth mindset, as it's typically called, and looking forward, perseverance, resilience?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think maybe unlike you, I feel that I'm learning this from my children, and I see how they keep going, even though that they see these setbacks. And when we see the fields of research that we are doing right now, this is something that we need to live by. For every idea that succeeds, there's been 100 failed attempts that happened before that. I mentioned in the beginning of what we were talking, of course, all the research impact that we had, but that did not happen from the first try. We faced a lot of resistance. And to give you an idea, one of the examples that we faced is that because of our vision and mission that we want to bring ideas from a research lab to industry and to practice, what happened at first is that both researchers and practitioners hated our ideas.
Oh, no.
And we had to, in a way, convince and see how we can bridge these two communities. Because when we're developing something that is foundational, but we also wanted to have an industry impact, it becomes too deep for industry, but too shallow for research. And we have to do the work of convincing our peers and also refining our ideas, taking this feedback from both researchers and practitioners and trying to improve every step of the time. And this has been a very long process. I always like to say that up until this point, for us to get our product for our startup analog, we've met with over 100 teams from industry. And every meeting has been sometimes, of course, very difficult. In fact, when you're trying to convince someone about a new idea, why is it important that it would solve a problem? That's always a difficult thing. It's a nature, a human nature, that if something works, you're not thinking about, well, how can I improve it? Especially if it's something that is way out of how the traditional thinking is. And this is what we've been trying to do. We're trying to bring ideas from a research lab and changing how the thinking of industry and how systems are being built in industry. So we've seen a lot of resistance initially, and after these over 100 meetings with industry teams, we refined our ideas and we found the common language and how can we form our ideas that would have both a research impact as well as relevance to industry.
I can only imagine going through every single one of those meetings, a lot of no's being said here, a lot of, well, let's think about it. And I like that because success really is an ongoing process, right? People always think like there's this aha moment and, that's when everything happens, but it's an ongoing process of a lot of hard work, a lot of, attempts of going forward, but then getting pushed back and then finding ways. And I think that goes into the perseverance, the idea of agility and trying to push forward. We only have a few minutes left, and as we're closing, I wanted to ask a question. So all of this success, undoubtedly, there's a team behind supporting you guys as well. Maybe you could say a little bit about some of the people you also work with and the team and their role as support to help uplift you, because I really think at the end of the day we work together to uplift each other. So just perhaps a few words on that, and then I'll go to Dr. Faisal, and from there we can close our session.
Absolutely. So there is actually remarkable support in terms of research at the ministry level, at Ministry of Education, at the level of university, at the Imam Abdurrahman bin Faisal University, as well as our research Institute for Research and Medical Consultations. And I think having the infrastructure where you have the freedom to do your own research, having your own team, educating them, transfer the knowledge you have to the younger generation will be something really impactful to grow these on the university level and also on the society level as well.
Amazing. I'm so glad that there's also that ecosystem that's there, that's homegrown, and that's there to support your work and, inshallah, the work of others to come. Dr. Faisal will give you the last response before we close our session.
Absolutely. Of course, delivering impact in research, especially in this age, requires a large team, a lot of collaborations. And I've been lucky to have an amazing number of students in my research lab who are, each one of them, dealing with one of the arduous challenges in the vision that we are trying to achieve. But also beyond our lab, the collaboration that we do both within the University of California as well as other labs, but also importantly, especially for the type of vision that we do, we take a lot of inspiration from a lot of the advances that are happening in Saudi Arabia right now. The ambitious visions of the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman about what's going to happen in 2030, the visions of the future cities, Neom, The Line, and others, is something that inspires us when we are thinking about the future technologies, how Internet of Things, how edge technologies, how smart cities are going to be shaped. And we take a lot of inspiration from that and through our collaborations with both universities and agencies here in Saudi Arabia. And we are looking forward to building those bridges more. And for anyone in the audience who's interested in learning more about our research, the startup artifacts that we've been building in the past 5 years are now ready and can be used. And for anyone who's interested, I can also demo it and show you how it can outperform a lot of the technologies that we get from the big tech industries, and how it can really transform a lot of the research problems and applications that we're going to face in the next 5 to 10 years.
All right, that's the call. If anyone's interested, you can always learn more about Dr. Faisal's work and follow up with him. I want to say thank you so much to our guest speakers, Dr. Iman, Dr. Faisal. You make our nation proud. We're so happy to have had you here on the success stage. Thank you all for being here to listen to their stories and to be part of this session. We really appreciate it and hope you enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
exploring the entrepreneurship behind innovative delivery apps.
Welcome, everyone. Thank you so much for being with us today. I'm so pleased to be joined by Ayman Al-Sana, the co-founder and CEO of Mersul. This session delves into the exciting and the challenging world of entrepreneurship and explores the success story behind Ayman's leading delivery app. Welcome, Ayman.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Thanks so much for joining us today. We have a lot to learn from Ayman today. He's an inspiring success story of a young Saudi who has established a business that could potentially list on the stock exchange in the near future, but I will let Ayman tell you his story. And first, I'd like to ask you about when you first started Mersul. How did you balance your full-time job with becoming an entrepreneur and launching a tech company, a tech startup?
So probably I'll go a little bit a step before when Mersul was a thing, and I would guess I've always dreamed that I would want to build something that I own, a company of sorts, aspirations that I had, successes that I've seen, people I talked about and talked to. And I always had that passion, that dream that I will do it someday. Little did I know that this probably would not have been something that I would want it to do, to be honest. And
in retrospect, you wouldn't have embarked on this journey.
No one really thinking about what's going to happen, what they're going to see in that journey would want to really make a first step. But I guess it's the blessing of entrepreneurs. They're probably ignorant enough to start a journey they don't know how probably difficult and challenging it's going to be. So it wasn't Mersul the first get-go. It was that I have tried multiple times, probably 8 years earlier. I've tried, I had that passion, and I failed. Failed once, and I failed twice. And I was focused on that I will do it someday, and I will learn from every mistake that I made. And I guess that's the lesson in life. Learn and do it again, really being informed and excited of what you could do better. And if you really have that passion and determination, it's not going to be challenging to balance between a full-time job and a passion job that you do at the end of the day. And you keep building it. And my advice to anyone who's aspiring to become an entrepreneur, don't go and charge and resign from your job and go and build your next big thing. Because there is no next big thing. There is a balance. Keep your job, do it on the side, wait until that makes sense, and then whenever there is some revenue coming from that venture, start asking if it's time to leave your job or not. Don't burn the ships and just hoping it'll be successful. It will be the biggest mistake you do if you do that.
You can always find that balance if you are determined to do so. I guess that's what Ayman believes. But he did have 2 failed entrepreneurial ventures, which probably cost him a lot of time, a lot of money, and probably hurt quite a bit.
Absolutely.
Tell us about those ventures. What did you learn from them, and how did you take those failures and apply them to the success of Mersul?
I guess one of the things that I learned clearly is no one is going to understand what the hell you're doing. The people will not understand what you're doing. So don't be discouraged if people don't understand it. That's one thing. The other thing is you probably could have tried a little bit harder to make it work, and you didn't. And these lessons, I've taken them to heart, and I really tried my best in Mersul. And it paid off. But then one thing that I also added to that was surround yourself with great people, great mentor, great teachers in that journey, because those people are going to help you think through your challenges, which I wouldn't say we've succeeded and all of our struggles are behind us. They're happening every single day. There isn't a single day where there is no challenge. But then you're ready, you've seen it, just keep charging on every single day.
I was speaking to a tech entrepreneur recently who has an incredibly successful company, and he told me that even at this point, every day there's a moment where he wants to quit. Even after his company has made the waves that it has, every day there's a moment he wants to quit. Do you feel that?
I think that's when I said our blessing is that we don't know exactly what is it that we're gonna do, or probably what we're charging on, keeps that idea in the back of our heads. This is not what I anticipated. But then you look at the impact of what you've done, you look at the achievement, you look at the people, you look at where you are today, and you say, I would not regret anything that I have done. But yes, I probably would like to be somewhere in the Bahamas and not worrying about every minute and every day.
Wouldn't we all? Wouldn't we all? So Marsool is now a huge success in the kingdom. It's one of the largest delivery platforms in the region, for those of you who don't know. Is this something that you suffered? I mean, when you expanded your partnerships and investments for Marsool, did you think about the risk involved? I mean, you raised funding, you went through hardship. Tell us a little bit about that process.
Yeah, the simple answer is no. We have not really, we did not think of what are the possible challenges in doing this. We did not think of what are the possible regulations that might come into that space. It was something we wanted to do, and we were only focused on building the product, what does the customer want, and then how can we make it work with the challenges. And if you really want to be successful, think about the product, think about the customer first, and then think about what could come and stop it. But don't think of the challenges before you step in. That's the secret power of every successful entrepreneur. They don't think of the challenges, they think of the opportunities. And this is how we think. We want to make it happen today. If it could happen today, we'll do it. And then deal with what could happen. But then as you grow, that changes. And it becomes, you need to balance, you need to understand, you need to really, really, really know the impact of what you do. Because now you're capable of making an impact in a flip of a switch, versus just tinkering and trying to figure out what could happen. The challenge, and I think the biggest challenge when we started, and that's 2015, we never had any fund. We never seen VCs. We don't really know what is a concept of VCs. We did not have that ecosystem. Nothing was ready for startups at the time. Today, not today, 5 years after that, we are in a totally different ecosystems. People understand what startups are. VCs are abundant. Investment is a term. And I mean, if anyone would make it, it would be today that we make something big. And it would be what every aspiring entrepreneur, I would call them, if you're not thinking to make your startup today, you will never get to make that chance again.
And Marsool has already raised funds in a Series A round. Tell us about potential for listing on one of the on the Saudi Stock Exchange.
That's again, adding to what I just mentioned. The stock market is ready today, and we've always thought in the past, would the stock market understand what a tech company is? Would they receive a tech company? Would they understand what we do? And we've seen it happening today. And we think today is the time where we think of taking Marsool to the public stock market. And we're planning, and there is a plan that is going to happen in the next couple of years.
So you have a clear time frame for listing in the next couple of years.
Definitely, and this is what we think every startup should be thinking about.
a company that was founded by 2 entrepreneurs in 2015 will list in 2026. That's remarkable. Congratulations.
Yeah,
and
thank you.
Tell us what you think is really behind the success of Marsul. Is it this culture of needing everything now and wanting everything now, and you're able to actually fulfill that need?
I think what led the success is the understanding of what the customer needs. And today, you would see that unbelievable reliance on I need everything delivered now, or something to be handed to me now. We've really grown into what could be delivered whenever you need it. And that's the term of on-demand delivery. You want it now, and you get it now. And it's no longer a luxury. It has become a necessity of life that people want everything delivered to them. And Marsul was built actually in a unique concept model for the people in Saudi. So we looked at what they wanted and came up with that concept that could help them and deliver what they want. So kind of that concept that originated from the need of the Saudi consumer, and it met the success here. And also we expanded to Egypt, and we have a significant presence in Egypt as well.
And do you plan to scale further into the MENA region, or?
I think the target of the GCC is definitely there, and we think we should have presence, and the model would find home as well in the GCC countries. And we think Saudi has a tremendous opportunity still. The expansion, not just in the geographical space, but also in the services that we offer our customers.
Do you see many opportunities coming from the expansion and the building of mega projects and the giga projects?
I would say one thing, and so Saudi is set to receive something around 30 million visitors by 2030. And that's a massive influx of people going in and out, and a massive economic opportunity. And I think if Marsul is not planning to take an advantage of that, then it's a huge opportunity lost. And I would say, and this is how we're thinking about it as entrepreneurs. How do we see the opportunity? You really don't create your opportunities all the time. But then what you're creating is your readiness for that next opportunity. When it comes, you're ready to grab it. And I guess all the successful people in the world, they're probably not building themselves to do that very specific thing 20 years ago. What they're doing is building themselves to be ready to take on that opportunity when it comes.
Was there a gap in the market? Were there no other platforms offering the same service that you are offering?
I would say when we started, no one else was actually offering that service. And that's the nature of competition. It comes when you find a market fit, people would come and compete. But you know what? That's a great thing for you to keep improving that service and looking after the client. And the great thing in that as well is it expands the market for you. You could have 1,000 customers happy with the service, but the competition will actually come in and expand that market for you. So instead of the 1,000 customer, now it's 1 million customer. Now it's a 15 million customer in our case.
Marsul isn't just attributed to Ayman. Ayman does have a co-founder, and from what I understand, there has been some conflict between the two. So tell me about his management style, what it is about it that you appreciate, what it is about it that kind of irks you, and how you find a common ground.
No, it's not. I would say it's not a conflict. You know what you're looking for your co-founder is someone who's going to complement you in what you're lacking. And Naif is incredibly energetic, incredibly fast, which is something I really needed to have. I needed to, if we could do it now, why are we waiting tomorrow? And I needed that voice that really pushes me and hold me accountable. And I would do the same. Probably I'll pay a little bit more attention to the details and then I would step in and to make sure that we're not hitting a wall in what we're thinking. So I guess if you have your co-founder who's exact copy of you, probably not going to go far. But if you are a little bit different, you're building a strength to continue a journey and complement each other. And that's exactly what I found in my co-founder.
Ayman, unfortunately, we have run out of time. Thank you so much for joining us. Congratulations on the success of Marsul. Can't wait to see how it develops into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحضور
In the name of Allah, the merciful, the gracious, the distinguished guests, thanks for your attendance in this session, in a very distinguished session that is representing or talking about the tourism and the sector. Today we have Dr. Hanina Asba'i, the founder of the Renta project, where she's going to talk about the real estate assets. Doctor, you have you're coming with us after a meeting or a session. You have a full day, so we wish you all the best and thanks for your time. Highly appreciated.
الله يعافيك. شوفي يعني شيء بسيط بس بدي أذكر
something very simple I would like to mention about the doctor. Maybe you have mentioned it before, but we would like everyone to know about it. Doctor has a PhD in the biology, and later you find yourself in the tourism and entrepreneurship, which is completely the opposite of your major. Could you please give us an idea how you have entered to this career? I have a lot of people talk about, ask me this question. The major is not a framework for you in the market, because a lot of people are studying the market, but they do not apply it theoretically. Any aspect will requires you to have a professional practitioner.
تكتسب مهارات. يعني من أهم المهارات اللي صارت لي مثلا شخصيا إن طورت أول شيء soft skills. اكتسبت مهارات مختلفة في شركات متعددة.
The first point that I have worked with the international companies, and I have learned how to the sales skills. So this helped me to gain knowledge. Even later, you need to look at the opportunities. So you need to be ready for this opportunity. So how can I? So it was a journey that took me 10 years since I graduated till now. I have worked on my personal skills. I have worked with many entities and corporate and the private sector as well. All these things helped me to improve myself and to be encouraged to take the decision and to have my own company, which is a huge step for me in a new sector where I have witnessed many opportunities in this sector. Didn't you feel that 10 years of study your study years has been lost? No, actually I have seen it as a corner, and if I didn't study this major, I won't be able to be here. Nestle is a very huge company. So if I didn't study in this major, I won't be able to be with Nestle. So I decided to be in the sales and start with the sales department. We were signing big deals and agreements with the hospitals and even especially the Nestle baby formula milk. And after that, I have grown in that company, and I moved to another company. I worked with them. Actually, when I started my start, I have gained housing fees. So I start to take some of the departments, and I was one of the in Jeddah. I was working in Jeddah, and I was one of the Saudis who work in that sector, and I have grown in this sector, and I have also worked in the real estate and have my own financial dependent, and I start also to take the next position to move now to the next step. And I was also study at the same time the PhD. So three things: a private sector, business, and study was hard to be balanced between. So I decided to be brave enough to work on my own business and quit from my work. Doctor, if we can also move from your background to focus also on direct application, could you please explain for the audience what is a direct application, what's its features, especially regarding empowering the society and the private sector as well, because it's related to the applications and the tourism. It's a very less. So have you faced any challenges or obstacles? Is there any applications that may compete you? Direct applications as a dar and rent, which is a house or for rent, which is application related to the real estate to have an experience of. If you have an extra department or extra apartment or extra room in your house or anywhere, you can apply. You can have the dar rent and then use it for the tourists and start investing in it, and maybe also start hosting the tourists. And this is one of the platforms that exist regarding the competitors internationally or nationally. It's actually promoting for the competition and enhancing our work. It's going to the entrepreneurship is that to when we start this point, we have many investment fund investors. This thing wasn't really easy, and it was a big step, and it is not easy to find the resources exactly, and taking this step was a very hard decision. And to be honest, the opportunities and the market encourage us to continue working on it. Good. Regarding the resources as well, it's a very important point. How did you find the suitable resources? I would like also to focus in particular the government support or empowerment. The applications focus on the financial and technical resources where you need to look at it before launching this project. How did you work on that? Okay, regarding the tools that we have received, we have actually started at the beginning. We have the idea, then we launched the first product, MBA, and after that the ministry support us, and we continue in a campaign called the campaign of tourism, entrepreneurship tourism.
محليين في السعودية.
It was the tourism was really or the tourism pioneers campaign, and there was not a lot of people working in this sector. So we were looking at the people who are working this aspect, and we were convincing them to join us, so they understand the opportunities and knows what the opportunities, and it's very difficult to bring someone who cannot see the opportunity and not interested in this sector and try to convince him. It was very difficult, but what we did is actually we convinced the people who had worked with the tourism, and it was really fruitful. And we have get the support of the communication, Minister of Communication, and Minister also of Tourism. There was the support of technical staff or team, and linked us with the big companies, and the code is one of the programs that in Silicon Valley, one of the things that the Minister of Tourism supported us in, and they took some of our team members to be travel to have some courses or programs in the Silicon Valley. And this was a huge thing, and we have benefited from the ministry. The third thing is the international conferences that we have attended, whether from the Ministry of Communication or Ministry of Tourism. We have attended many conferences in Silicon Valley, and first one and Web Summit was the last event was one of the biggest events, and we would like to thank them, the Ministry of Communication and the Ministry of Tourism, for helping us, for supporting us to grow up very fast and rapidly. Definitely, these opportunities are open and the resources are there. Hopefully, Doctor, the application is focusing on how to deal with the foreign people and non-Arab people. This is going to be through the technology. Definitely, you will face some challenges. Could you please talk to us about this aspect, especially in the technology? The first challenge is to find the technical team, the suitable technical team, and to find the suitable and the best partner. And this happened with us by attending this kind of events, the technical events, and could be like a LEAB conference, as you know, or event. In this way, we have find out the people and the current employees of our app, and there are many sectors that supporting the tourists, because if they are coming here to Saudi Arabia, they are looking to a local experience. Now, with the 1,000 Saudi riyal, you can have or rent some of the hotel rooms in the same location, the same neighborhood. You can find the same with the same price. You can find apartment with a large space. And this is the best thing that we have, the usual thing that we have faced. They always note me regarding the time, but we are enjoying the time with in your talk. But could you please provide us with the last word or comment, any advice that you can provide for those new entrepreneurs, and especially in the tourism aspect? Our aim is to be the main destination in tourism, not only in Saudi Arabia but in the Arab region. Yes, we would like to be by Darwin. We want to be a very famous and popular application. And I would like to tell you, as an entrepreneur, there is no 100 guarantee. There is a huge risk, but you need to be ready for these risks and to take the adventure and to also to be ready to learn and start from scratch. The ability to adapt is a very important skill. That's what I can advise them with. Thank you so much, Doctor, and thanks for the attendees. We are very optimistic with the future of Saudi Arabia and by having the people like you, Doctor, and I wish you all the success. Thank you so much.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace and bless everyone, and the name of Allah, the merciful, the gracious, peace be upon our Prophet and his companion and family. To be honest, before this session, I have a talk with the doctor, and once he were talking about additional points, I was being much more excited, and I hope that you are going to make the audience as well excited as you made me. And thanks, doctor, for your time and to give us the time to be here. Even when I talked to you to prepare for the session, you were in London, then Dubai, after that here in Saudi Arabia. So you've been in many cities. Why are you moving between all around the world? Noon is many of the people knows Noon, Academic Noon, but could you please elaborate about this platform? Yes, thank you so much. At the beginning, I would like to thank the audience for their attending, and I think I feel I have the sense of responsibility because I am here and before of one of the faculty member, Al-Ahali, Dr. Ahali, who's in the front lines. He was my teacher in the bachelor, which is the AI, and I'm surprised that I have graduated from that course with a good grade, and it was, and he put my project on the and look at it and said who made it, and they told him Abdul Aziz, and he was very happy with my project. So thanks so much. He has a very good impact on me, and me and Adalan. We were in one college, in the same college. We wanted to start with the education, but it's not easy to have the education. But we were understanding that if you bring the right people to the right place, you will solve a lot of things. And we have moved from many entities, and we think that we have witnessed, understand that the students actually suffering from different causes, different things. One of them is the boring and during the classes, and the new generations, when they have the attention span is less due to the new technologies, and we are facing this as a challenge, and we are trying to solve it. That's what we are doing in Noon platform. We are bringing a very excellent teachers, and we try to present the content in a very interesting way. So we provide also another skills. So that's what we are working on. We have started with Saudi Arabia the first 6 years, and currently, praise to Allah, I'm very proud. I have taught 20 many students in King Saud University. I have taught for 13 years, and 20 students is nothing. And in Noon platform, we have like more than 30,000 students, and this is a good thing. And we have it in different countries, and I hope that the reason of movement from the city to another, I hope it was a vacation, but unfortunately no. I think I was actually working on the platform, how to improve it, and we have a lot of psychological problem in the human being aspect. So we need to learn the human being psychology, and we are trying to learn from it. 5 countries, 12 million students, and I'm sure that they have different stories. And the borrowing, there is many kind of borrowing. So maybe between the people and the way they are learning and their it is completely different. So let's see the differences and the stories that you have gone through or you have dealt with Noon platform. Could you mention some?
كلامك دقيق جدا اصلا الواحد
Actually, what you have asked for is very detailed. So I have studied here in Riyadh in public schools in a particular way or traditional way. So when you are going to say, I'm going to teach in Pakistan or Egypt or any other country, what do you know about Egypt or India or Pakistan or whatever countries, other countries? We need to know the students' motivations, and we need to also employ the right people and the excellent people who are aware of the environment there. And we have here one of the teachers here, Abdul Wahid. He is an excellent teacher from Oxford, aware of the Pakistani schools and way of teaching. And our role is to prepare them to bring excellent teachers and bring the tools or the so students are studying from a paper or whatever, but we need to have the excellent teacher and solving the content on technology. So regarding the boring, something that I have learned from Dr. Yusuf, my teacher in the BA, from his course, the AI. I wasn't preparing for to say that, but I have it just come to across my mind. So it's something that been implanted in our psychology. I remember that the AI was one of the strongest courses, and I don't remember what I have studied in this course, but there was two projects, and the doctor's evaluation was based on the project, which is each team have AI competing the other team in a chess game, for instance, applying what we have learned. So you spend 6 weeks studying how to do it, and how my colleagues have done it in a different way. And these skills that we have gained was through applying what we have studied and through the work, through the implementation from the project, not only reading slides and books, but what we have done and have we. I think the education is built on the social learning and where the students are learning from each other. What we have come up with to answer your question, all the countries are suffering from the same problem. There is no excellent teacher, and if there is an excellent teacher, I'm suffering from the boring. So it's a human being sense. So this is the same problem, and I think we are trying to solve a very international issue here. But you cannot solve you're not solving a particular situation or issue in a particular area. But if you solve this issue, you will solve the human being problems or issues. We have dealt with or solved this issue, and that let's see. I think some of these 12 million students were accepting this new technology, and maybe I like the papers. So my team also they get tired because I'm always writing down on paper, and when I want to send them something, I'm taking picture of my papers. But now we are talking about technologies. Could you please give us a story that you have some impact or influence some of these students that changed their own life or their whole life? I remember that we have a ceremony. It's happened in Riyadh here, and there was a ceremony with one of the entities, and there was a stage and sessions, and there was a girl standing in the back, and she asked for the microphone, and they give it to her. And on the stage there was one of the teachers called Fahad. His name is Fahad, and we don't know what she's going to ask about. And she took the mic and she said, "I want to say one word. I have gone through the exam, national exam, and I have took a very low score. And after that, I also affected by this low grade." And so she said also, I take a course with the teacher Fahad, and you mentioned some word that helped me to be confident and to feel much better. And and I told you that I can't, and I didn't get the score, and you were encouraging me, and I took a very high score, and now I'm working with Aramco, and I have done a great job because of your award. So what happened here is that so we have in the dashboard a lot of students. So we don't know how we influence them, but a lot of similar stories. People living in a very far away or remotely or rural area. Some of them living in a very high places or far away from schools, so they cannot go to the school every time, especially in Pakistan or other countries. So this platform helped them a lot in studying and learning. And there is a many stories. And the common point is that everyone is looking for the excellent teacher. Here is a question I didn't prepare for, but I would like to mention that the same teacher, Fahad, I was one of his students as well, and I'm one of the 12 million students. And what we have mentioned is actually an introduction. Now let's talk about the future. For those 12 students, what million these 12 million students in the platform, what's next after that? This program has been established by His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, and I know that the mission of this program is that to have human capable people can compete internationally, and we know that there is a lot of foreign people will come to Saudi Arabia with high potentials and capabilities, and we know that we are attracting this kind of people. So we want also our people, the Saudis, to be also capable and to have a lot of potentials and to compete internationally, not only nationally. And we have the 100 years live. This book is talking about that after 1982 years that the things will be improved, and they think a lot of people will reach to 105 years. This is a huge thing. So we have 68 as a range or the middle range for the Saudis live. What's saying that what you are studying during the college, when you reach to the retired period, you will have 55 years to die. So what are they going to do in that case? So how can they help these kind of people? So that book was talking about the health, but the difficulty here is to look at this aspect from different side, which is how to improve the skills, how to have these skills to be suitable. After 20 minutes, for instance, what I have studied in the IT in King Saud University, which is one of the Middle East top universities, I'm sure there is something what we have studied. No one uses it anymore. And one of my colleagues were just have finished his PhD, and he was using the code of CDs, and now no one using the CDs. So this is one of the examples on one of these majors, and you may look at other majors like farm, like the agriculture and engineering and other majors. So you need to pay attention for the 55 years after you graduated from the university, and what kind of skills needed, and what is the future life for us. So Sora, for instance, here it's going to provide you with a cinematic scenery as a Hollywood by writing down, by having you writing down the words. Vidya is one of the company, and now they are very famous. And the CEO of that company mentioned advise the generations. They asked him, "What do you advise the new generations?" And what was the CEO's answer? He said, "I do not recommend the new generation to be specialized in the programming." And it was very weird. It was in Dubai, one of the Dubai conferences, and it was last week, and everyone was surprised. And the way we are talking with the machines was by using programs, and this is an example for the future skills and how it's changed and the requirements for the future skills. So we need to talk about with the AI and ask him to solve solutions or also create this window or this door or whatever. So
دكتور يوسف قاعد عبد العزيز ما كنت برمجه صح زين
So the AI needs to have a particular code, but now I need to talk with the machine and ask it to set a program that can recognize my face features, and ask him also to solve a problem regarding how can I determine the face features and etc. So this is a huge change and based and measure based on that another skills. We are not going to say that the skills will be unimportant, no, but the skills are going to be changed based on the future. We need also to have the critical thinking is one of the important skills. The group working as well is a very important skill, and the skills acquisition skill is a very important as well. How to acquire some of these skills and adapt to the new skills. We have also the lifelong or continuous learning. So if you are finishing your elementary or high school studies, then you graduated with a bachelor degree, then what's next? You need to continue studying and learning, and we call it the lifelong learning or the continuous learning. And 5% of the Saudis were in the continuous learning, and in 2025 we need to have like 31 of the Saudis engaged in the continuous learning. Anything that we are providing in Noon platform is based on the skills, and you need to improve it with the other people. And whatever you are learning with us, you need to apply it by yourself, not only learning with me how, for instance, this thing is you shouldn't learn a particular idea or skill in mathematics or physics, but you need to apply it. Here we are focusing on the implementation and executing these skills implemented. We need also to, we have the future skills and program, and we were thinking about how to use the AI generate AI. We are not giving people a lecture about what is the generating AI. We are going to start with them. Have you started a film or generating a film? He said no. Then we are set them together and ask them to do it and learn with each other to how to establish a program, how to generate movies or whatever. This is the future direction or trends. And one of the things that we are believe in, and we hope that it is it's a future. This is a first announcement. We will have noon schools. We will have a high school. We will start with a high school, and we are very excited to have noon schools. It's literal schools by having classrooms, and it's based on the AI using the excellent teachers teaching in our schools, and it's based on the technology and implementing and the skills. The teachers not talking more than 1/3 of the hours of the class. He just taking the 1/3 of the time of the classroom time, and then being muted, because we want the students to be engaged, to be work in groups, to learn from each other. So we're not going to. This is the kind of skills that we are looking forward, and that's what we apply in our schools. So we are very excited for that, and we hope to see you on the first school this year, and we will focus on the future skill, which is the theme of this conference. I think that everyone is very excited to have a company, a respectful company in this sector, which is schooling, and maybe if there is a possibility to brief, to give a summary or briefing regarding the future is a skill. So this is the future trend. Other than the knowledge, we need to have also the skills, critical thinking, the sense. So we would like to thank you here, Dr. Abdulaziz. Thanks for your attending. Appreciate your time, and thanks for the audience for good listening. Peace and bless be upon you.
اي تفضلي. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Peace upon you and blessings of God on you. Welcome everybody to very interesting session. Please tell everyone about it. Please be seated. My guests are. Our session today is space exploration and how it can be utilized as a tool to grow human capabilities. We have our guest from International Cooperation and Project MISC. And today's evening, we have dreams, unlimited reach, and we sink deep in space. And we have our passion to travel to stars and moons. Who didn't think about flying in the sky and looking at the moonlight, believing that space has so many secrets, endless ones, and adventures, and absolutely not countable. Some people, they are very unique. They just don't dream, but they achieve. I'm very glad and happy to introduce with the talkers of today's sessions, the first Saudi female astronaut Rayana Barnawi and Ghaidat Wajri, also research on space applications and co-founder of Falak Research and member of Mohib and Growth of Youth in MISC. Very happy to have you here and very happy actually to manage this debate. Please clap for our team here. We start with Rihanna. And probably nobody recognizes you here. Who recognizes Rihanna here? Please do a clap. Rihanna. Between research and exploration, spaces was not your major, but it was a tool for you to discover more information in your major, which is biology. Have you thought ever about space as a tool to expand your horizon in research? Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm very happy to be here between you. And we were in MISC too. I'm very happy to have the engagement of students and people, and I'm happy to be here with an icon of space-related exploration. This is one of the most important questions that I get the whole time. What's the connection between space and research? The International Space Station is actually orbiting all around the globe and provides a unique environment that good for research, which is zero gravity. So when the astronauts go over there, they do research, which is beneficial for those who are on the ground. One of them is medicine and many other things. The second part of my answer, working as a researcher in the past, actually, I needed some traits that in my job, like multitasking, good communication, delivering information within my research, and communication between the team members, solving problems. It's necessary for us to be innovative in solving problems and how to treat those patients in terminal stages and give them the hope that we are going to find the solution for them through genes, probably, or hormone therapy. Any type of medicine that we will help them with, even if they felt they are in the last stages. In space, it was a new area for me to force me to initiate an innovation when it comes to solutions. Anything you have worked before, you can apply it to space. But space has engineering and mathematics and science. They are directly related to astronauts and space. But to be an astronaut, if you have any previous expertise, you might benefit from it. People who say it again. And the question is, for myself also, was your dream to see while you're young? Maybe my love of exploration, which got me to the space. My dad, he the first one who graduated from college in his family. He loves science, and he is a chemical engineer. He always, when he asked him about my homework and stuff like that, he gave me resources to research and look for answers by myself. And if he asked me about anything in nature, how to do farming and take care of animals and stuff like that. These things actually what made me love that. I didn't want a regular job. I wanted something that has something new in it. Research provided me with the same sensation. Innovation, exploring, these the areas that I liked about my job. When I worked in that, I felt like I'm in heaven. Every day I go to work, I know how to solve problems. And looking for results that came in of experiments that I did yesterday, and how to apply that research to as a practical practice. years of experience as a team,
يعني موافقة على التجربة السريرية.
and we made it to clinical experience, and at the same time I got my approval as an astronaut. So I was thinking about helping those patients in the King Faisal Specialized Hospital, or go to the space. By going to the space, actually doing more research, I'm going to benefit more people than the circle of King Faisal Specialized Hospital. The sense of proud is not describable. And you work years for research, and you see it to the space, you take it with you there, and you see the result in front of you. This is very inspiring. So you have to grow yourself and groom it to leave a print, whether through discovery, exploring, or the intention of change and development. What are the set of skills and traits shared between astronauts, since you worked with them and trained with them, and the International Space Station also? We completed more than a year since the astronauts got introduced to each other, and we got qualified over the faces, and it's like a competition. Now we work on the International Space Agency and the Saudi Space Agency. We're close to each other. What are the common traits between us? And we reached the conclusion to be every astronaut has a different personality. Even if you met other astronauts in Japan or Asia or other continents, everyone has a different personality, but there is something shared between them. It's their intentions to discover things. One of the things is the physical status of each themselves, and dividing those responsibilities between them. Every astronaut must master their passion, or master their mission between them, to keep everybody safe, problem solving, multitasking. These things must be around astronauts, but personality is definitely different. It's not necessarily, let's say, not all of them has to be specialized in rocket science, and not to be the best at every science major. Ghaida, to you. You created Falak, and you are the CEO of it. How the passion was generated to take over your life? What is your biggest engagements in it? Thank you very much to be with us. I'm very proud to be here, especially with you, Rayana. I am a co-founder with other personnel who created Falak. When I'm wondering where is this passion started from, it started with questions most of us went through, especially in your childhood. The first question, why the moon is actually following us while we're driving. And sometimes you see the moon and the sun and the sky at the same time. How is that possible? The one thing that I remember sparked this passion in 2009, summer night in Vancouver in Canada. It was my first time to see the sky with a telescope. I was a child at the time, but I remember it till this day. And my dad was translating it to us as children. And he quoted a verse from Quran, and my family were very cautious when it comes to us to learn whatever we needed to learn on scientific. And there is a museum in Vancouver called Space Center. It talks about it, astronaut, and also it has a dome you can watch the stars from. This is the main seed of my passion. Made it to high school and choosing my specialty. I know at the time that I loved science, but if there was a chance to relate to astronaut and the space to my knowledge, if the first challenge was to pick something related to it in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia, based on my simple knowledge at the time. Yeah, when I thought at the time either to be a physicist or civil engineering, or at the time it was not available for females. I didn't like both, and the second challenge was the people loving you and they telling you this major actually has no future, especially those who close to you as relatives and stuff like that. And you choosing something is not available in our country. To try to get something and choose a major will guarantee you a good future. I chose sciences. It has chemistry, nanochemistry, energy, and mathematics. For every course I study, every project I studied, I tried to relate it with a project and relate it also to astronaut. It's not related to making rockets. It's related to every scientific major and field, whether it was direct or indirect in this case. And in that stage, I figured out the connection, and God blessed me with a senior research supervisor, and she was convinced to find something related to space, and it was a difficult time because it was during the pandemic. I was the first research, and we created fuel for spaceships. And we achieved that with collaboration with agencies such as the Saudi Agency for Space and King Faisal Center for Space Navigation. By understanding those things and creating the connection, I made it. I started encouraging people if they love the space and get into it. The challenges always a way and a method to help others and find themselves in space field. Many initiatives lately helped me to be such as to be a co-founder in Falak here in Riyadh. I'm one of many. I thought I was the center of the ground, and the moon is actually following me. So many of us thought about the moon, why they follow them. You are a co-founder in Falak Association, and about your center here in Riyadh, and what kind of hope you give, and what's your objectives. We started as people who like space, but we didn't find our position in that field. I was creating scientific content. I gave small lectures in media till I discovered the people who liked the space like me. Some of them created the association, some of them were authors, some of them hold master degree, and many who studied abroad. It started as an initiative and a voluntary team, and by 2018 we made content, podcast, general anecdotes, and also group activities. And lately we joined the MISC association, MISC as an agency who was able to transfer us from a voluntary group to a recognized center. The main transformation from initiative to an association, Falak was at the time had the main reason to exist to give to deliver a messages. The message of Falak. We have physicists, people who are translators, and our role is to prove that we have a role in this field. our programs knocked on actually as the connection between their majors and space fields, or bring other talkers who were able to combine between their fields and space.
كشخص ينظر من الأرض
As a person who looks from the ground to space,
القمر والنجوم والكواكب
and we look at it, and we feel it's so far away from us. When you worked and trying to reach your goal for space, why some people probably came to you and said, why would you think about that? Probably.
فضاء يعني من أهم القطاعات عندنا في المملكة.
Space is one of the most important sectors in Saudi Arabia. People will mix it with astrology and space. We're Muslims. But when I related to them that we follow the moon to know how Ramadan actually enters as a month, those simple things, we went through them at school and curriculum. It was not clear for seniors and adults. The application of space knowledge in reality, that was the challenge at the time. You do not want to prove yourself in space. It is a real science. We believe in it as Muslims and been going at it since ages. From space to ground, from ground to space. Rayana, you were in the space station. You're looking at from space to Earth. How did you see us from there? This is one of the most beautiful feelings I ever went through when I saw the Earth from the space station as a circular entity through small windows, and we saw the moon too as a small object. One of the sensations when I saw the Earth from the space station, first of all, the ability of God to create things, and how the Earth is actually protected by a small covering, and we take that for granted, that we can breathe, radiation are blocked, pressure is balanced. But in the space station and all the training that we took, it's all about risks, emergencies, unbalanced pressure, low oxygen levels, watching that we don't have CO2 bubbles around us. All that training was related to risks. We felt the responsibility at the time that we must take care of our Earth. Maybe a small action will protect Earth for many, many decades. We do believe, all of us, we travel, and every time we ride an airplane, we are cautious to get to the window seat so we can see the scenery. I cannot imagine how is it in space. You are one of less than 700 people who left Earth to space, and that's a small percentage for those who went to the space station. How did that change your perspective towards life? First of all, I felt a sentence that was said by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman before we travel. He said, now you're representing our nation, and you carry the passion of every Saudi and Arabic person to the International Space Station. This gave me so much pride and responsibility that we carry towards our nation. And as he said, His Royal Highness, we represented more than thousands of Saudis and made them feel every job that matters, and to make our country reach the highest places possible. I felt that responsibility heavily on me when I went over there, and I felt it in every other astronaut.
أعطتني ريان اليوم pin.
Well, since you mentioned His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, she gave me, Rihanna gave me a pin she carried with her of His Royal Highness to space, and she gave it to me. And I heard you want to give Ghaida another gift. This gift,
أختي الصغيرة هي اللي كتبتها.
my younger sister wrote it, and this is space certificate, if you allow me.
كانت في الفضاء أيضا.
This gift also went to space for as a token of appreciation to Ghaida for her efforts and advocacy to space and space knowledge. Last words you want to say to those who are here very interested in space and dream about to be related to it in anyhow, whether astronaut or something. From my expertise, sometimes you would feel that doors are closed and the opportunities are not looking like us and suitable for us. You have two options. Either you give up and you look up for another option, or another opportunity looks like you, or you make your opportunity happen. And sometimes you get opportunities, but not formed as the way that we wanted them to be. For Rihanna, Ghaida in this case, she didn't think 10 years ago she can do all of this, have a scientific paper or be a member of an association related to space. You must be patient. You must create your own opportunities. You must make sure that you wanted what you wanted, and make sure that you have the passion. Even if you gave up, you'll be able to come back to the same spot you are in. This is my point of view of it. I cannot imagine till lately space became one of the most important sectors here in Saudi Arabia. While in previous times I was just dreaming about to find something related to it. What about you, Rihanna? I want to add something to her. My mother told me if the opportunity came in and you are not ready, it means you are late. You need to be prepared till the opportunity represents itself. When we were in ICSS, we were communicating with 12,000 students at the time. This is a record set. A few days ago, we started a competition called Madarik because we felt their sensation at that time. We want students to think, the students to think about creating something related to arts, biology, or anything. Those innovations will be taken to space in the future. Please share this competition with your kids and everyone, because everyone will know for a fact in the near future their suggestions and innovations will go to space. I'm very proud of you and running this session with you, Ghaida and Rihanna. The last time I met Rihanna, I cried. My sensation right now, it feels like I want to cry one more time because you're a live model. There is nothing impossible. You're a live model if you have determination and you have enough belief of achieving what you want to achieve. And very lucky to have enablers like you. When Ghada was looking for enablers, she is an enabler now. And researcher as Rihanna, she was a researcher once, and now she's an enabler. for everyone else and youth to reach their goals and dreams. I'm very proud to be here with you, and we be given this very rich content for you. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for your listening. Thank you for this session. I know everybody is excited to take pictures. Please go off the podium to take more pictures with our distinguished guest. Thank you. I'd like to apologize. Thank you. Make some space so they can make the podium ready.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to FinTech Horizons, revolutionizing payments for tomorrow's financial landscape.
مرحبا بكم السادة والسيدات الكرام. الآن مع فقرة
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Peace upon you and blessings of God.
حياكم الله. الحين بناخذكم من
Welcome everybody. We'll take you now from space to save your money and have at least buy your items for space travel. How many of you guys is requested by Tamara to pay their lease?
ترى بيشيلها عنكم.
Tamara wants to take it off of you.
ترى احنا بنطلعكم جروب كلكم بعد شيء زي حق البقالة.
And we'll make a group chat for you guys for those who didn't pay.
في هذا اليوم السعيد في جلسة مع
Welcome everybody with Abd Mohsen Babtain, the creator and co-founder of Tamara, a company that net worth almost $1 billion. one of Saudi's companies, and we're proud of such a Saudi company. Who are you exactly? Introduce yourself. In the name of God, mercy. Thank you very much for all the organizers who've been generous to extend an invitation for me. I'm very happy to be between you here. In the beginning, I am born and raised in Riyadh. My whole life was here. Moved to Jeddah. I learned their accent, came Riyadh and to the East Coast too. My upbringing was here in Riyadh. My memories, childhood memories here in Riyadh. My specialty, electrical engineering, studied in the University of Petroleum. I'm surprised that you didn't mention it at the beginning. They kept telling you it's the most difficult university to get in. I studied electrical engineering because I love mathematics. My mom was a mathematics teacher. And so studying mathematics was the regular on a daily basis on my house, studying it every day. I moved towards businesses more. What made you today to have the spark of starting Tamara? I was studying in London in business school to get my master's degree. I always had the passion about time. You read an information years, a specific number of years, you'll be sleeping, some of them will be eating. And you have so many little years to have a print in life. I always had that thought in the back of my head to work on something would affect millions of people. I had that chance. I remember I had a call from my partner in Turkey. He told me he has an idea. He completed it. This idea was magnificent at the time. And I have to be part of it. This is the spark which started Tamara at the time. It's a company, might reach a lot of people. And today, thank God, it reached 10 million people at the same time in the GCC countries. That's the thing I wanted. And that's what sparked Tamara as an application. For your information, it started in 2020. It was at the peak of the pandemic, and people didn't know what kind of a virus it was. It's a COVID baby, our project. We were playing very traditional games, and you were making a company. I was playing too. Did you do every activity that we did in the pandemic, or you just some of it? I was in the UK at the time, and COVID rates were a difficult time. Resources was depleted at the time. And my partner at the time, he was in Dubai, and Abdul Majid was in Riyadh. We were separated, and Tamara gathered us. And our project to be a COVID baby has positive and negatives, and they talk about the pandemic. It's really bad. Wait till the pandemic goes away, but we saw it from different perspective. The first thing, all investors were very shy to invest in the pandemic. They were thinking that the world is going to end. So the capital was scared of investing. Many companies start to reach bankruptcy. You cannot talk to people that you have scheduled payments and stuff like that. He says, I have problems. When 2020, actually, the good things are companies that did not go to bankrupt. They were the innovators. They were online. When they saw other companies going bankrupt, they said, "We have innovations online. Let's make more solutions and more investments." And there was a good environment for new ideas. And the second thing, talent. The good people with great talent, they're not gonna leave their jobs for new ideas. Usually, most of the people sitting down in their apartments and stuff like that, developers, they became best of the best trying to engage with us, acquiring those qualifications and be with us. Infrastructure also was a great help from our government when it comes to Ilm Company and Nafath. Excuse me. People started to accept the idea of ID verification online. Before COVID, it wasn't existing. After COVID, everybody accepted that reality. That's one of the things that helped us the most, especially in a time that was kind of vague. A question for you, with another question. Why are 3 partners? Are you guys don't have anything to do, or has everybody has a role, or this is a model of a successful project? Why do I choose Turkey or Mohammed or anyone to be my partners? So this is a decision was made between the 2 partners before calling me. In reality, every one of us focused in a specific area or field. From my good luck, I was engaged with people who has previous expertise in creating companies. This is my first experience, so it was very important to have those by my side because they have the expertise to create companies, and that requires specific type of knowledge. The idea was too big. It required roles to be focusing on specific areas. I was focusing on engineering and rolling products. Turkey on the commercial side. Abdul Majid, he is the CEO and finance guy. What's the challenges that you faced? We know for a fact your road is not paved with roses. We know people are aware the kingdom is a suitable environment. This is a click and pay service. What the most challenges that you have in your time and lessons learned? You can tell me, in this business, you can face these 3 things, 1, 2, 3. What is it? The success story from outside might look easy and smooth and applicable idea. It was very tiring process. One of the most important lessons that I learned about is whenever challenge you face, you have resilience and perseverance, and this is very important when you show your idea on investors. Some of them will say you're crazy or this is impossible. How people gonna pay you back? And businessmen who are connected with. We put all the resources laid down, and some of them rejected it at the final stages. Some of the close people that you have, maybe they don't believe in your idea. Maybe a friend and a colleague, he invested in another company, but he didn't put it with you because he doesn't believe in your idea. You have to be convinced in your ideas and convinced on the concept that you provide. The obstacles, they're going to come towards your way. You must have the determination to overcome these obstacles, and you must face those no's. We talked to more than 50 investors until we reached enough friends that gave us the money that we needed. Perseverance is very important, and that will give you the ability to create your own business. Where is the future? Another form so our audience will benefit from this idea. Let's say I'm inspired by entrepreneurship and businesses. I know Tamara might buy smaller companies, and that's the logic of it. What are the businesses Abd Muhsin and his team they want to see and acquire that business and have it under their umbrella? In reality, Sahel, we changed our vision in Tamara on the things that we want to build in the future, and we believe that we can build a company that have three directions, one of them in payments and electronic shopping and banking. Those three sectors are very important to us and critical because they are interconnected to each other. And financing and payments are towards businessmen, and electronic trades is connected to financing and payments. When we think about payments, we put a huge framework that any technology that comes in, we evaluate it, and that includes other company. Because we believe if you looked at payments, they are developing since old ages. When it comes to exchange, to pay with your card, every technology developed from 3 points. Even the speed of it, or develop the expenses of payment, or the risk of payments itself. When it comes to buying stuff and purchasing, we have seen a lot of developments that have been happening at the same time, such as Apple Pay, and we saw also developments in codes and Saudi payments also. So 1% was initiated as a cost of payments. Other solutions were on the table. The third point that we feel interesting too is to managing the risk of payments, and we would like to utilize our connections with our customers, and we would like to see any company that works in the same field, how they can manage the risk when it comes to payment. What about the card itself? How to make sure it's safe? What about the stores that they don't take other fees and stuff like that? What about also protection? Examples. Let's say I buy something. You bought something, but it got not delivered. We want to be the middleman. If you didn't get it, we can refund you directly. That's our role that we're looking for. You don't know if the money has made it or not. You don't know to talk to who exactly, the bank or the store, the store itself. You ask for a refund. They say wait till our merchandise comes back, then we will pay you back. We want to refund you directly. We see so many opportunities in risk management, even in high value payments. And also Ilm did a product which is called Daman for cars. Can you protect my visa that is not to guarantee is not stolen? Some people think Apple Pay, if you pay the Apple Pay, if they think it's not tracked. and there is tokens given to the stores as soon as you pay. They keep track of you. So we won't. We are in a middleman. You pay to us. We pay to the store. We have a new product to pay full amount without any payments plan. And we did our evaluation, and we looked at people how long they took to fulfill the payment schedule. We noticed people who put a down payment and they complete their schedule of payment, and a huge percentage. So we told them, take your time. You don't have to pay it at once. He said, no, you don't understand. I want to pay immediately with the customer service. I don't want my information to be all over the place without a cost. So our concept is very similar to PayPal. We believe there is a great opportunity because payment upon delivery is still a huge share of the market. Thank you very much. And thank you for the scientific paper that you published through Tamara. If you are interested, go ahead and read it. In last 30 seconds, me and those who are here, we are very interested in a chance that may I interconnect with Tamara. Or maybe you'll pay my debt or something like that. Let's see how I reach Tamara with keeping my rights of my projects and prepare for the future as our motto here. Our numbers, you can find it in contacting us. If something you have related to payments, I'm the best guy to ask. I have ideas sometimes about my idea might get stolen or something. This is a legitimate fear, but what I discovered, 99% of your idea is execution. Execution is very difficult. Don't be afraid somebody will steal your idea, even your idea if it was excellent. I'm afraid I cannot put it on reality. If my advice within Tamara or outside Tamara, I'm very happy to help. Thank you so much, Abdul Mohsen, for your time. Thank you for listening, everyone. Enjoy your weekend. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Achieving Unbridled Triumph in the Face of Obstacles, My Lessons Learned.
Good evening, everybody. I would like to start my introduction. And Ibn Qayyim says that marksmanship is for riding horse and using an arrow and bow and spear stabbing. For those who complete it must complete it chivalry. Noor Al-Jabr, I'm a certified instructors in archery on horseback riding and taking also spears. The first stage is my story started actually. I wanted to bring a horse. I couldn't bring it with me, but I brought some stuff with me. The riding horse, back horse riding started with me. I wanted to get my first hobby back on track in the pandemic. And when the pandemic hit, we hit a wall of emptiness, affected us negatively, but most of us opened doors for them. For me, many areas were opened for me to go back to my old hobby, which horseback riding. The Arabic stallion has a very connection with it. They always mentioned it in their poetry. They said many poetry about it, connected to our kids and stuff. And they make wear their clothing. The love of Arabic people to their horses is compared to the love of their children. Those who raise horses and do horseback riding, they know these feelings. When you talk about that, horseback riding was the main topic of that hobby. So I ride it randomly, and that was it. In 2020, I rode horses after a long time, and I went outside with it. The instructor back to his stable, and he wanted me to try something new. He gave me an arrow, and he told me to shoot an arrow and a bow. He said, try it. I was like, okay, I'll take it. This guy's name is Murdi Dosiri. I'm very grateful for him. He's the reason why I'm in this field. He gave me the first arrow and told me to shoot. I shot the first one. The second one started to shoot my goals, and it became a passion of me. And then I started research about it. I didn't know it was a sport, but it's in Saudi traditional arching is not a sport yet. I worked till I found an explorer about this subject, and he told me, gave me that an Arabic old script to read it. And it was the first thing to initiate so many things. First of all, connection to Arabic language. Entering this field actually affected my Arabic language passion. I was one of the people who mixed two languages together, which is I consider a big mistake. My love of the thing I do today gave me the passion to read Arabic. It is difficult to read Arabic sculptures. You need to read it more than one time. Started arching and learning how to do it. till I started looking for schools who were teaching this. So I went abroad and learned it. I was surprised that they teaching it in Arabic, from Arabic books, and even the terminology was in Arabic. I was mad. And why this does not exist in Saudi Arabia, why it doesn't exist within our culture. We are the rightful one to teach this in our country. That started this spark. The commitment starts within inside. Since God gave me this knowledge, and now I must pass it to those who are around me in the right way. I learned it and mastered it, and came back, started to communicate with sport associations for arching and horseback riding. And they started a T3 program, trained the trainer to be certified instructors. After arching, I was like, okay, there is a new objective, new goal. I was addicted to it. I want to learn about the other weaponry that we have in our culture. And now we're gonna put them in the right order. Spearing was the second thing, and if you heard about it before. And so you go on full speed and you pick up the spear and you target something in your way. Horseback riding, I tried to learn with it at the same time. I was in a hurry, and that's also affected my education. I was greedy at that time. I was telling myself, focus and move to the next phase. I did archery, then I'm using the spear. After that, I did very good in it, and I was certified instructor by the Saudi Union. After one time, after that, I wanted to learn something else. I had to pick up a sword. Picking up a sword, started to play with it, do random stuff. YouTube was a source. It was a bad decision, but injuries were there. Swords are connected to our culture, and Arab had it as a monument in their lives. They describe it in their poetry actually as a human being. And this is a verse from the Arabic culture describing a sword. A very detailed description makes one wonder about weaponry like that and get connected to it. Started to learn how to fight from horseback riding positions after research and stuff like that. I found Ali Al-Hajri, who's an instructor. I get my first belt to use sharp weaponry. That's my trip in learning those skills. As a synchronized time, learning this, I started to surface on media. I didn't run behind this. I didn't want it, but always a good luck, I guess, by God. I started taking pictures. I did a lot of editing because I love it. I did editing my videos and started attracting attention on social media platforms, channels. Came to cover my skills, and they think those things do exist only in movies. And wherever you see in movies related to those type of skills, they were our grandfathers and ancestors used to do this on a daily basis. Our duty and everyone's duties actually is to relate and try to revive our heritage as Arabs. This is connected to our culture and also connected to my fashion. and they said the specific dresses and fashion related to horseback riding, and came to break this rule. Arab was not related to specific horseback riding. Arabs used to wear a lot of clothing. So I didn't get to my mind, why would you wear something is not related to the culture, to horseback riding? I was looking into how Arab used to wear clothing on horseback riding. So I wanted to reincarnate actually an old historical Arab personnel who is capable of these skills and wearing those clothing. There is two direct hire and indirect hire on girls that I trained, and those people and who watch me through social media platforms. This is by God only favor to give me this opportunity to be on media to deliver my message, and I hope it's a positive message to everyone. And if you have any type of knowledge related to this, you should pass it around. This is a responsibility that everybody have in his back. And this is one of the initiatives of 2030 vision to revive the Arabic identity. And I think we came in the right time, and I hope focusing will be enhanced more on horseback riding. And it's a big knowledge, and every day I discover something new. Today I say, okay, I got enough. I know how to feed a horse, to treat a horse if he was sick. And then I discover more and more about sports and stuff that I didn't get into. This is the beautiful thing about this sport. And I conclude this message with Muhammad, our Prophet, peace upon him. Those who are here must deliver the message to everyone.
السلام عليكم. أهلا وسهلا.
Welcome everyone.
معكم أمل عبد الجبار.
Amal Abdel Jabbar, the head of education and innovation and the Ministry of Culture. We would like to welcome Noura Saidan in a different way. We would like to introduce her. And in the previous conversation that we have, you would like to introduce yourself in different ways. Today, I'm gonna give you little prompts. One of the first things you told me about, I'm a visual artist. Can you tell the difference? I'm very happy to be here with you today. Thank you very much for having me. Many people they don't understand the types and differences between visual artists and other artists. Those are very specialized in galleries, paintings. When I talk about visual artist, which is you, yes. He's more inclusive. You find him in sculptures. You find him in art, wall arts. You find them in so many areas. In your bachelor degree and master's degree, you were in art specialized. Since I started my days, I was an artist doing painting. My journey started with as a hobby till that took me to enjoying this hobby and giving it more and more. At that time, I've decided to continue my bachelor degree and master's degree in art. Something you told me about your thesis and master's degree. Can you tell me more about it? My thesis was with Dr. Fawaz Bunayan. He said, look for a problem that you would solve with your art. And he said, Noura, you are from a real estate company, family. Look at the streets, look at the stuff that you could solve with your art. We were talking in 2009, 10. I saw Riyadh at the time. Was full of concrete, very gray one. No more colors in Riyadh, and I was wondering why Riyadh does not have more colors. It's a beautiful city. I was like, okay, why don't you start it by yourself and you be the seed of change? I started in 2010. About the role of art to put touches in tunnels and overpasses of Riyadh. Your career was different, but the passion of art was following you. You were researching and trying to find yourself. How did you reach that conclusion and find yourself? This is the struggle of most of the students who are specialized in art. When I graduated, no chances for me to have a job. Nobody was appreciating art at that time, and there is no job opportunities. And I was hoping to people will value art more and more. I worked in branding and marketing. And I know for a fact that's not my position. I was repeating myself. My position, my place is not here. In a better place, a place that would have a print. When did you decide? The road was not difficult, but I needed a strategy at the time, a goal to deliver my message and proceed. How I can reach it, that's the question. I tried to communicate with the governmental agencies, and they didn't have that passion as me. It didn't stop me. I was looking how I can achieve that goal. I had a vision from that day till achieving that goal. I was preparing myself to that goal to engage more in galleries. I became more of a practitioner of this job. was new. I had initiatives. I was drawing and painting just for free to give everybody an idea about the impact of art. People feedback gave me power to expand more and develop my skill. You said something. You had a strategy. It was necessary for you. Something you said in a previous conversation they had that you were preparing for the vision of 2030 without knowing it does exist.
كنت أسمع كلام كثير.
I was hearing a lot of depressive talk. Art will not put food in your table. Take another path. And I was believing inside myself that a day will come in and change everything, and that motivated me the most. My beliefs, when you believe in yourself and you the set of skills, you know you're going to achieve something, but you are not sure at what time. 2030 vision actually gave us a tool to achieve our dreams. 2020.
تواصلت معي أمانة منطقة الرياض.
The municipality of Riyadh City communicated with me. They wanted me to supervise and design a tunnel here in Riyadh City. So I designed it, the intersection of Thaqar Plaza and King Khalid, and also the field of Cairo and King Fahd Road. After 10 years, I achieved my dreams, so there is nothing impossible in this case. Our conversation was very enjoyable. I have a couple of points. I want you to re-mention them one more time for our audience here. First 2 points, you know how to operate a crane, and you worked on very high places. Can you give me an idea about it? Drawing and painting, the urban art is not easy. It requires specific character. I wasn't ready at the time. I was usually drawing in my room with music, and this is different. You go outside, you don't know what you're gonna face, maybe a heat stroke. I must get ready every time I go out. You might go out. I don't want to talk much about this, but the suffering that we went through actually developed us in so many different ways. And if you walked on a wall in Riyadh season in 2021, I drew 16 walls in 21 days. I was working on many different walls at the same time. I had team management in October. The weather, the heat was crucial, and I have to go into the mood actually to draw stuff. Every single suffer that we went through, I believed inside of me that it will repay me. This is one of my arts that one of them got famous so much, and it does exist in so many people's hearts. Through art, you can deliver your message, and the suffering is worth it. The payment is back is great. When it comes to the crane, I arrived at a time nobody can help me. The crane stopped once on 15 meters, and we had to move from a crane to another. I learned how to drive it and operate it. Imagine how to drive it and operate it. Those things I learned by practicing. This type of skills I never imagined that an artist would acquire, and I learned a lot from you. And you told me about something that you don't see your family, and you closed one to you for weeks. For my mom and my friends, please forget about me for a while so I can finish a project. Sometimes I work for 17 hours continuously. It's normal. When they see me, they ask me, why did you change, Nora? I am hoping for them to see the results so they understand why I'm away from them. This is a journey I'm enjoying to the fullest. One of the things that I have to face, and I'm enjoying my journey. So you told me one of your hobbies is actually analyzing painting. I always say that art is not too artist related. I love sculptures and paintings and stuff like that. One of the things that I enjoy the most, let others to be benefited from the art they see. And we studied that in college, and I love it. Analyzing paintings and drawings of children actually very amusing, and I do it on my Snapchat too. I told everyone to let the children how to draw their families, and without guiding them where to put the legs or the head or the eyes and stuff like that. I received a lot of very joyful participations, and some of them children they draw from their non-conscious brain and trying to draw their families, and families were crying because of the results they saw from their families. So I figured out their parents probably away from their children, and they misses their parents, and they express that through their art. And when they draw the people they love the most, they make them take the majority of their drawing. Those things have definitely arrow and direction and evidence towards feelings related. I love it so much, but I stayed away from it since I was busy drawing walls. Is this your biggest project, or you have many other projects, a famous project? This is one of the closest one to my heart. The General Authority of Entertainment, on the top of them His Excellency Al Sheikh, he gave me the chance to engage in such thing, and gave me the reputation that I'm in today. This is on an international level. People came to it from everywhere. Most of the project I did Dir'iyya Tunnel and Al-Qahira roundabout, and Ministry of Culture, Arabic handwriting, and the Saudi coffee. I'm trying to expand this, and I have an initiative that called Change with Art. I want everybody participation, whether you were a beginner artist or a professional one. We want them to be in one place. We want them to be in a park or in an open space, so everyone can benefit from it. I know a lot of people want to get into art, but they don't know how. Well, this is one of the initiatives I'm working on. The last year I did a collaboration with the European Union, for a group from Saudi who are artists in walls, and also European ones. The Ministry of Culture and the Ministry of Sport, they were the one engaged. And their counterparts with the European Union. This is an exchange of culture, definitely. And we took the topic of having women engaged in sports. I wanted this experience to be renewed, and has a potential of making the artists reaching the artwares. I believe the Saudi artist has more capabilities than everyone else, but they need more exposure. And when it comes to youth and encouraging them to engage with art, is there specific qualifications, or you targeting specific group, or you require them to have previous knowledge of art? Now the situation has changed.
أيامي كان الوضع شوي مختلف.
On my days it was different, but with the vision today, Riyadh Art is an initiative of Ministry of Culture. It does provide services for artists that did not exist in my time. Sometimes we had to travel for those services, but today is between us. All opportunities are here. 2030 vision provides youth with great opportunities and will achieve our dreams. Just believe in yourself, strengthen your capabilities and hone your skills. Make mistakes, fail in projects, those gonna give you lessons. Believe in your capabilities definitely. Thank you.
طيب عندي سؤال أخير.
Last question. I asked you this before.
ودي أسألك إياه مرة ثانية عشان
I wanted to ask you this one more time because I liked this answer. Why did you choose art? Why you wanna walls?
لا ليش قاعد تدرسين هذا الشيء؟ ليش؟
Why did you study it? Why do you want to be involved with it?
حلمك بس يعني
I know you want to achieve your dream, but why did you were persistent about it? Every person in life has a message to deliver and a goal. Some people, they know their goals, and some they don't know their goal yet. I found myself in this place every time I got distracted from this field. Excuse me. I get messages that universal messages that I should be related to art. But I was looking for the right place. When I draw in a public place, I'm providing value for people. I'm making the place more beautiful. I'm adding and developing and reflecting our culture and Saudi heritage through wall art. Art is a visual language. It doesn't need to have a translator. This thing actually gives me pleasure and happiness, especially with people feedback. They're telling me, you did a good job, you changed the place, you made it more beautiful. Those things motivate me to be better and better.
طيب أنا نورا يعني أشكرك على
Thank you, Nora, for this sweet interview.
في زي ما تقول
I want to go back to our conversation. There's messages came out and forecasted through our meeting. You have to have a strategy first and a vision for you. Doesn't matter the circumstances and the things that you like and you want to reach. And you prepared for the vision without knowing there was a vision.
Be prepared for the unknown.
And be prepared for the unknown, yes. And be prepared for it, yes. What I liked about why you're doing this, to spread beauty. And the authority of heritage matters to me, and that matters to you too. And I see you today in your best and happiest times. These are the messages that we have today, and thank you very much. Thank you. interesting session. We're going to talk about pottery. Today, our session we have today is about the journey of life. If you were here with us with the debate I was talking about, it was about space. So we're moving from space to Earth, and we're going to talk about art and heritage that we have in Saudi. And that's incarnate in the life of Saud al-Nadim. So he mixing that with the art, carry a very rich heritage of culture and traditional sculpturing through his pottery that carries the message of Saudi Arabia, reflects the artistic art of spirit of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Welcome, Saud al-Najm. Welcome, welcome. I'm very happy to be here with you today. May you talk about with our audience here about your story. Where did you start? Introduce myself, Saud Abdul Muhsin al-Naji. He is an employee in Saudi Red Crescent. I do have a certificate in pottery art certified by the Ministry of Culture. I started in pottery from that time, and my story began. I'm sure our audience are ready for a very interesting story. Let's talk about Michelangelo, let's say. When they asked me about how did he does his pottery, he said, I see the picture inside the stone, and I'm trying to freeing that character from the stone. What is the beginning of your story with pottery? As I told you from the beginning, there is an inspiration between mud and hand. Sometimes there is a design I'm trying to incorporate. During the work process, I might innovate a newer picture better than what it was in my head. Through courses, I learned how to deal the basics of pottery. And so it has the institution has a big touch on my knowledge in regards to that. I started with people who had expertise, professors such as Nasser al-Bukhait and Mohandas Nasser al-Qademi and Rani al-Qahtani. Those people gave me a broader horizon when it comes to consulting with them, how to deal with mud, how to color it. And thank God, by repetition, I made it to higher positions. Maybe behind the closed scenes, we were talking about making pottery. It takes time. Different from making the pottery itself, how to design the idea itself, seeing it from the beginning till the end, how to see it, how to deal with it. How much time does it take for you to design such a thing? It takes 4 to 3 days to create it. I'm more related to the handy stuff without using a wheel, using metals to sculpture on them. It takes 3 to 5 days to design it. Then you drying it. Then you put it under heat and sun until the water evaporates. Some of them they put it in ovens, specialized and designated ovens for mud. After that, the end result, you'll see it. Sometimes you think about something and you come up with something different else. Sometimes we draw it on paper, but it doesn't work. Some of them, while you're working on pottery, the idea rises. when you look at it, since we are not practitioners like you, when to be kids, we played with it. But I think pottery itself is more difficult. I don't believe. I don't think it's easy. I think because you're an artist. No, but at the beginning of it, I started to drawing, then designing sculptures, till I got into pottery, phase after phase, between drawing and designing. And I found the perfect environment to put those together. You work on it for 2 to 3 days. And you can work on it for multiple days. And if you started as a small kid with industrial pottery, you give you the idea how to create stuff.
طيب احنا ليش سمينا الجلسة اليوم او ليش سميت جلستك رحلة حياة؟
Why you nominate put the title of your session as the journey of life? Time is very progressive today and very practical, and we're always looking for spaces for us, and pottery gave me that space to develop and hone my skill and hobby. Alhamdulillah, and thank God, yes, so I made it.
طيب بين عملك الأساسي
Between your job and your hobby that you do, how do you balance between those? There is sacrifices, and sometimes I lean on something more than the other. Now I'm balancing between my job and my hobby by time management, and also distributing my efforts, organizing myself in this phase of my life. I think I have the perfect combination between work and hobby, regardless of the sacrifices that I made. When it comes to my days off at work, sleeping hours and stuff related to that, those are the sacrifices that I made, but those balances are made. How important is hobby for you? It's very important to me to let out of the energy and escape for myself, especially with mud. I forget myself with pottery. Every time there is a new innovation, I'm trying to preserve our heritage, and at the same time to make them more modern, so everybody will have an acceptance for it.
مجهودات كثيرة من ضمن جهات متعددة منهم المعهد.
Many agencies today are trying to preserve the Saudi heritage. How we can preserve the hand craft itself. This is passion, and you can be elevated as professionalism in the future.
طيب يمكن نكلم الجمهور أكثر عن.
Can you talk to the audience about critical points in your career or path lives and the difficulties that you faced with pottery? My experiences are a lot, engaging, participating in governmental entities or private sector. Two experiences that I think they were critical to me. The first one is making 170 cups from wax, representing the Najdi architecture. The time was a month and a half. I overcame that. And the campaign time came in. It was related to the National Saudi Day, the 93 one. A company Bulgaria, the international company, they had a partnership between them and the institution. This is my first experience and gave me a motivation to do more and innovate more and to give more. The second experience that I had made 370 small cups, finjal, with Saudi and HD actually sculpturing and tradition for the Saudi delegation in Expo in 2025. And that gave me the motivation to go through more and bigger experiences. And thank God, God did bless my time and my efforts. You brought some models of the pottery that you have made. I'm very scared to touch this, but this is Bulgaria for representing the Najdi architecture.
إذا لاحظت يعني ما أعرف الجمهور يقدر يشوف بس
I don't know if the audience can see this, and if you see how detailed. Did you actually press it or anything? No, it was handicraft. So 13 years of expertise, from points to triangles to every detail about it is very detailed. So this is the small cup called finjal. We have two models here. This is going to Expo in Japan for the Saudi wing. This is going to be given to the guests. This is natural mud. This is the yellow one, and this is the red one. All of them are from here, from Saudi. So most of them are taken from the bath of floods, and also from stones. They are much harsher than this. Are they more difficult to work with? Yes. The more smooth the material that I'm working with is much easier for me to form it to the thing I wanted. Even in heating those pots, it might break down. Your work was and details are very essential to you, and it might take nights, and you're burning through the oil through the night. Can you talk about the obstacles that went through? When it comes to cups, it was a month and a half. After 3 or 2 weeks, I got a virus in my eyes. I stopped for 10 days. And, then I got blessed with time and efforts. Of course, they were in a hurry, yes. Absolutely, but they understood. The institution was understanding to my situation and the best way. And I did achieved it. You told me about the eye situation, your eye situation. When it comes to the Fanajin, and a door was closed on my finger, and that finger I used actually to make the sculptures, and I stopped for 4 or 5 days, and the deadline was 2 weeks. And thank God I did it on the deadline. Feel better, yes. And these things do happen, yes. When you lose the capability of 2 critical points, your eye and your hand, pottery in general, the most important thing related to it is the matter of time. Anything else you can be late in, but timing is very important, definitely. And of course, we conclude if you have a project And about, do you think this is the most relatable one to you? Do you see yourself in it? This handcraft in general, and when it comes to traditional art, we live in it in reality. It does exist in our lives. Now we're celebrating the Hasawi Bisht. Most people go back to start drinking water and barberry, putting water and barberry. Those things, they do live with us, and our duty to preserve those things and have that craft and move it to generations.
يعني اختلف مستوى التمكين من لما بدأت الحرفة قبل 13 سنة.
How do you see the level of enabling since 13 years from today? What are the things that are available now or not available in the past? In the past, when I talk about the possibilities, they were limited at the time. For 13 years, I stopped for a period.
لكن كان في بالي إن شاء الله راح يجي لها وقت.
But I was thinking it will have its time. I wasn't desperate about it. I put my tools aside, but I knew for a fact there is time to come to them, and I'm back them. With the Vision 2030 vision, the institution started to give courses, and I was in the second class of it. When I took the course, doors started to open. I learned a lot of basics that I needed. And in the beginning, people were not a lot, and most of people now, they give it as gifts, more related to our lives. We can see it in our gifts. We want to be in international committees and celebrations representing the kingdom.
يعني أنا كنت أفكر وأكيد.
I was thinking, and those people here were thinking too. I want to try this.
أشتغل في الحرف التقليدية.
I want to get in traditional handcrafts.
التقليدية تتسوق.
How to start, how to do it.
تنصح الشباب يروحوا.
Where do you guide those people to go to?
معهد الملك للفنون التقليدية.
Based on my experience for the Royal Institution for traditional handcrafts, jewelries, fashion, and also carpentry. Those courses are given in the institution, and they are for free too.
تختلف من كل حرفة.
And they vary in periods.
على الموقع.
You can go to the website, follow up with them.
الحرفة اللي هو يبغاها.
Choose the craft that you want.
جرب ما يدري يمكن فيه هواية.
Try anything. Maybe you have a hidden hobby. You can be very creative. And one of the writers, they say you were ignored about it, but you didn't know about it. If you know your way and you've been able to discover your talents, you must meet some people who are gonna support you. So they're gonna give you what you need. And any craft, it does exist.
طيب بما انه احنا بنقول في ناس تشجعك، ايش توصيات ممكن تعطيها للشباب؟
What kind of recommendations can you give to those who are here today?
أول حاب أشكر المعهد.
First of all, I would like to thank the institution, especially the division of cultivators and pioneers. They taught us how to market your own product based on the experience that I have. Life is full of hobbies, of experiences, innovations. You should start looking for it so you can reach it as soon as you can. The life is very wide, and more than one session today. If there is no door, make your own door. And you are making doors for reality, and in so many different ways. And this is in sculpting, this is a traditional door. And also I have the Nejdi door.
هذه منحوتة نحت يدوي.
I did it by hand.
عكس الأكواب هذه نقوش.
So they are different from the cups, definitely. I'm more specialized in that area for me. Thank you very much for your insight. Saud does not open doors, but he makes them. Saud Dir'i motto represented in him from this land. He takes upon his responsibility to show others the capabilities of Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much for your time. This land has many artists, innovators who are ready to change the globe by their talents. Thank you for listening. We hope to see you sometime soon and more achievements for you. Good fortune. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to day 2 of the KSA Success Stage.
سادة وسيدات الكرام مرحبا بكم مرة
وانا بقعد هنا.
يلا معي اغراض كنت بعطيها عبد الرحمن. عادي اعطيه؟
هلا وسهلا. اوه اصواتنا طالعه.
ايه عبد الرحمن معليش يا جماعه بدون تصوير تفضل. جوالي محتاجه دقيقه بعد. تعال.
I sit on the left or the right.
ولا لا صح عشان نشوف
يمين. خلاص حافظين.
يلا تفضل.
يلا حياك انا بقعد
صح. أسلم على الناس ولا وش أسوي؟
خلينا نسلم على الناس.
السلام عليكم.
Let's say hi to everyone.
يا هلا حياكم.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. Good evening everybody. Good evening. Thank you for being with us today. We are glad to have you today. Thank you to everyone and to the initiatives organizers to invite us here and be a moderator for Abdulaziz. And me, I'm one of his big fans. We will have lovely questions, very friendly one. We'll talk together, casual talk, like we're sitting in a coffee shop. No stage, no officiality here. If you'll allow us. Our kind audience. Thank you.
عبد العزيز حنا نعرفك.
We know you today. We know you today as Abdulaziz. We listen to you in our cars. We don't know Abdulaziz the child, the boy. Did you sing with your family? Did it start with you since you were a kid? I felt my voice was beautiful, honestly. Nobody tapped on it. Nobody discovered it. Nobody supported in the beginning, honestly. I supported myself in the beginning. My childhood was beautiful. I'm from I'm the middle child between a lot of boys. I don't have sisters. And those middle childs, their chair in the house is not the best. I'm not the oldest or the youngest. Even if they had a beautiful voice, nobody tells him. I used to sing in the school auditorium. In my childhood, I was in the US. No many holidays. The Saudi school and Arabic school also for kids who are abroad. They started. They have school on Sunday, Saturdays, and they did celebrations as any mission outside the country. They have their own holidays, such as Eid. They did group songs. They read Quran, and it got bigger and bigger. And because you had a beautiful voice, maybe you led the prayers too. Yes. When it comes to the voices, you had your engagement with the voice program. What is your experience about it? How did it affect your career? In reality, an experience, I did gain a lot from it, learned a lot from it. It wasn't that beautiful, honestly. And with all due respect, it wasn't good for me. The atmosphere was great. They had musicians from all the Arab world. And it had Iraqians who lived in Suede and Lebanese who lived in the US. It was a mixture of culture. That's the beautiful thing about it. That's the thing I gained from it. great experience, learned a lot from it. I was a very scared person on stages. If I sat like this at that time in front of audience, I wouldn't talk. I was afraid.
فيمكن أن الخوف من الجمهور مواجهة الجمهور شيء يجمع.
And maybe facing audience fear, it's a point that gathers us here. There is many points in your career that you benefited from.
أزعجتك في مشاركة The Voice يعني.
What bothered you actually about your engagement with and the participation with The Voice? Maybe it's more a private thing of me, related to me only. For example, I didn't like to show up in front of people when I'm not ready. When I go back to time, I look at the videos. I look at it, I say in my mind, yeah, I'm better than this. What I showed to people is not the perfect me. People who loved me at the time and today are the same people, but my participation in The Voice, I didn't get what I wanted from of it. It didn't do me justice because lack of expertise, and it was my first time to stand in the big auditorium like that with those lights, with those audience numbers. It was a huge stage. Excuse me.
فتقسو على نفسك أحيانا.
You might be harsh on yourself sometimes. Maybe even in your own concerts, maybe you will be criticizing yourself and stuff like that. It's only natural. Maybe if you went overboard with these things, maybe it will start to affect you psychologically. Overthinking this stuff might do you harm. And your own fans maybe showed you the opposite of that and still supporting you. We noticed Abdulaziz has a musical identity which is different from everyone else. And we can see this actually through your songs, from the music that you use, how you produce it, this idea or super nova that you created to yourself. Is it something you did intentionally? One of the things I want to tell you, most of the things that I planned for in my career didn't happen. But in the beginning, I didn't plan for it. But those themes that I play in music, they are the closest to me. The one I like them the most. I like sentences and music segments in songs. I like it. There is a song for Rashid al-Faris. The name of it, في أمور and Matters. So this song was toned by Saham. There is a solo in that song, and it was in the middle between sections in the song. That section or that solo, I like it so much. It's not normal. But at the beginning, I used to sing songs that they were close to me. I don't go far to those things that it does not affect me at all. To be a professional or an artist, you have to work on stuff like that, such as private work you do, national thing level work. It does not work for an artist to be limited by a specific color or a theme in this thing. But people loved me for the things the things I like the most, and that paved the way for me. And the real support is the love of my fans. Any successful person, a pioneer in his field, this is the main support and main reason. People love you because you have a different identity from everyone else. I want to take that later, but an important question I have for you. Did you studied music?
قليل اللي درسوا موسيقى هنا.
We have limited numbers who studied music.
في أحد دارس موسيقى؟
Anyone who studied music here?
يرفع يده. أي أحد؟
Anyone?
يحب الموسيقى طيب.
Anyone who loves music? Everybody loves music because we want everyone to relate to this.
فزي ما شفنا إنه هو تخصص مختلف.
We know it's a different major. It's not usual for someone to study music. Why did you start studying music and why you took it? In 2016,
عندي أغنية اسمها أنت وينك هذه.
I had a song called أنت وينك.
يعني حتى مثلا في طريقة
that transferred
كل شيء كان غير.
It transferred the phase from stage to stage for me personally.
الأغنية هذه
This song
فجأة كذا حبوها الناس بزيادة.
Everybody loved it. It was a spike of my career. I dreamt of having 50,000 views. If I did that, I'll be in a good position. I made the reputation that I wanted to. In 1 month, I don't remember. It was my first million view. 1 million view.
الحقيقة من الأشياء المهمة.
One of the things
فكرت في دراسة
I thought about studying music.
بكون بعيد عن أهلي بزيادة.
I don't like to be far away from my family.
أحب أبعد عن عائلتي.
I like to stay in their realm.
فكرت في بريطانيا في
I saw opportunities to stay in music in UK, US, and Egypt and Kuwait. They are close to us, Egypt and Kuwait.
تخصص موسيقي شرقي.
And it will be the specific course in Eastern music within our realm here in the Middle East. Kuwait was very close premises. In the same year that I put into Wainik in the market, that song. And my friend Uzuf, he music producer. He and also His Royal Highness bin Saad. He had Abdurrahman bin Saad. He had an album with Asala, written by His Royal Highness Badr Abdul Muhsin. I went to Asala, and Prince Muhammad was studying in the US.
يشارك المشروع الكبير هذا كان.
And he wanted someone with him to engage in his project. And he had an album with Fahd Abdul Wahab. The views were great, and the album made it, I feel. In 2016, I stayed a month with Asala. I supervised her album. And when it comes to music production, and if there is a song, if they needed violin, I went to the studio, to the strings, and listening to him with the Saudi maestro Haini Farhat. I met Angham too.
تعرفت على الموزعين.
And met a lot of producers such as Khad Izz. They are very important names in the Middle East. They considered to be the elite.
هنا حسيت إن عندي.
I felt I had so many questions that there is no one can answer them.
يعني أنا في وقتها.
In that time.
ومشارك أصالة وغنيت.
With Asala, and I sang in her song. With the lyrics of Adam Saad.
في السماء ولا نيل ميت ظما قلبك إذا ما ضمني غيره قلوب تضمني بفارقك وأنا ابتسم ما شلت همك طالما
ما همك في يوم اللقاء ليه الفراق يهمني.
الله عليك.
Thank you. I wanted to tell you to sing, but I'm glad you took the initiative. I have so many questions at the time. I had
الأسئلة بسيطة ترى مو بكبير.
simple questions. When I studied, I solved the problems and the questions. I discovered that at the time simple questions. I didn't worth studying, but I took the bachelor's degree in music. Congrats. Thank you. Thank you.
أنت سولفت عن التوزيع.
You talked about music production and the way you mingled with those musicians.
بس ما نعرف كيف تصنع الأغنية.
We hear the song, we get the feeling of the song, but the question is, how do you make a song?
كيف تصنع الأغنية؟
How do you manufacture a song, let's say?
الأغنية تتكون من كلام.
Songs are made of lyrics, melody,
صوت
voice, singing that song,
موسيقى مصاحبة زائد إذا كان فيها إيقاع.
and also tempo.
هذا بالعربي.
Drums, in this case in Arabic.
ما يجهز الكلام واللحن.
When the melody is there and the lyrics is there, you start the music production.
أول شيء تروح عند مهندس.
If you want to start a house and building it, you go to an engineer who will design the house, and he give you the blueprints of the house. You draw the
يستخدم جهاز الكيبورد.
and you draw the whole blueprint. The music producer will go and take his job.
فيركبها كلها.
He puts the lyrics with the melody together, and if you want to modify it at the time without recording anything officially, you cannot start the producing of the song without taking the tracks at first level. You have to hear it in general in the beginning, then you go to string quartets and stuff like that.
اللي هي الجيتارات.
After that you go to the guitars and bass and record those. If you have a string quartets like violin and cello.
زي الفيولا.
Viola also mentioned.
لا هو يشلي من هناك أنت بعدك كمل.
طب شاركونا عشان.
Did I took over time? Yes, let us know.
بعدها يتركب.
After that, the voice is put on the melody and the music.
تيجي هندسة الصوت.
Then the voice engineering, how to mix it together. The string chord, the voice of the singer with the tempo. The engineer, this is the main element of the song. If he didn't mix the song the right way, nobody will hear what you have created.
في آلة ما تحبها؟
Is there an instrument that you don't like?
أقدر أقول لك وش الآلات اللي أحبها.
Let's talk about the things that I love. What about that?
أحب العود.
I like oud.
أحب التشيلو.
Cello.
استخدمته في يعني أغاني.
I mobilized it in many songs.
صراحة أحب الآلات الجديدة.
I like so.
في آلة اسمها هانج درام.
There is a hang drum too.
ودي أوريكم باليوتيوب والله كيف يعني جميلة هي صراحة بس يعني.
I want to show you on YouTube hang drum. Go Google it and YouTube it. You'll see it. It has a voice. It has so many different tones. When you do, you play with the beat with your hands. It's different.
أنا ما أدري بس أنا خمنت آلة
في آلة ما أحبها صراحة.
There is an instrument that I don't like.
يا أخي الهارمونيكا.
The harmonica.
ما أعرف ليه ما أحبها.
I don't relate to it.
في آلة اسمها الأكورديون يستخدم.
And the accordion also used to be used in songs in previous times.
mini keyboard.
It looks like a mini keyboard sideways, and it has something in the middle. I don't know what is it exactly. It feels like a gym tool. The voice and the tone that they produced, I cannot relate to it. It reminds me of the 70s immediately.
يعني إذا في موزع يسمعك
If there is a producer who hears this conversation, you know what Abdulaziz does not like. I can utilize it in my songs. Maybe people will love it. Note to the producer, he might like it too.
ضروري أسألك إياه لأن ما بقى وقت كثير.
Last question. I would like everybody enjoying your time here. What is your prediction for the Saudi song? This is a very big question. In the future, in the beginning, I would like to thank His Royal Highness, the Crowned Prince, the godfather of the vision, Prince Mohammed bin Salman, for the feeling and the sensation that gave every Saudi member to be excited about everything that we do as Saudis. It's above your imagination when it comes to between us for those outsiders. If we want to develop a specific area and you are not specialized in it, when you see it from outside, you feel the thing that is developed is above your imagination. The relationship with everything happening between music and other areas is accelerating. We see our kids and as ambassadors and everything, and our youth carrying the flag internationally. We are the best of the best. We have everything, well educated, well informed. We have the perseverance because of the desert. The heat gives you that type of perseverance. I do feel that we own His Royal Highness Crown Prince a lot. May good fortune be in his path, and may God help him, and we will reach what we want and what he wants and above. We are lucky to be Saudis and have a government that supports us in any area. If you wanted to enter any field in Saudi Arabia, that path will take you far away because the support that we have from our government. We didn't have a lot of time now.
هي قالت أنا ما قلت شيء.
She asked, I didn't. What song do you want? I feel the voice.
تسمحوا لي طيب أقول لكم شيء.
Let me tell you something.
وين لما الله يعطيها العافية.
Where is لما
الله يعطيها العافية. ترى أنا كنت مقترح.
I suggested.
يعني لا والله جد لما بالتليفون كنا مقترح.
Through the phone.
لأن في مسارح وفي ناس وفي.
Because other people in an auditorium around us wanted to sing.
حتى اقترحت عليها.
I wanted to be in the best picture, and I wanted someone to be here, Mihi Mahdi with cello, to play music with us and have fun. I'll play drums for you if you want it. A small part, please, if you don't mind.
طب عادي أغني شيء وطني عادي.
What about a national song? Is that okay? Yes.
فوق هام السحب وإن كنتي ثرى فوق هام السحب فوق عالي الشهب يا أغلى ثرى فوق عالي الشهب مجدك لقدام وامجادك ورا وانحكى فيك حسادك ترى ما علينا بهرج حسادك أبد انتي ما مثلك بهالدنيا بلد والله ما مثلك بهالدنيا بلد.
يعطيك العافية.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Abdulaziz. Thank you, everybody, for being here with us. I hope you enjoyed this session. Is there anything you like to add? For those who are here, if you are interested in music, for those who are interested in music, you can achieve whatever you want. Music is a sea of knowledge. It doesn't have a ceiling. It has have borders. Go ahead, sail in that sea and make us enjoy what you have. Show us new themes. Get deeper into it. Don't go short, go deep. Thank you. Thank you for your time. Thank you everybody with being with us here today. Thank you, Abdulaziz. Thank you.